Welcome to the Nomad Network, your first stop for complete and comprehensive Chicago Bears football coverage. Dive deep into analyses, updates, and all things Bears. Subscribe to our YouTube channel today and never miss a beat. Thank you in advance for your support. We promise to bring you the best because together we're unstoppable. Go Bears.
Yo, no maniacs. Sorry we're late, man, but this is some extra sauce. Had a few technical difficulties we got to take care of, man. Sometimes everybody's feed is not what it's supposed to be. We got to work through some kinks. But thank you guys for being here. And as everybody files on in, please make sure you subscribe to all three channels, Kids of Canuck, Sports Chicago Style, and also the Nomad Network. And sorry if you hear some stuff in the background. We're in the middle of the summer towards the end, but it's a lot going on. I got my window open back here. But wow, it's a lot to talk about. And this is probably going to be that last show in the off season that we don't do the other cup, some of the other stuff that we do. We're going to go mostly Bears on this show. I'm talking to mostly Mr. Scrolls out there because I know he wants to see some of the other content. But as we finish up the rest of this preseason and get into, the final 53 and get ready for week one, I'm sure next week will be a much more content-filled week. But today we're going to have to go Bears because it's just a lot of Bears to talk about, man. We got 53-man roster projections. We got trade talk, possible trade talk. I don't know what the heck that story was all about, but we're going to get into all of it tonight. And but more importantly, we do have a chef in the building. We do have a chef in the building, and he's waiting to do his thing. We're going to see what he's got cooking tonight. And I don't know if I had enough to eat tonight. Matter of fact, I'm pretty sure I didn't. And, I'm going to have to suffer tonight, kids. But I don't know about your stomach, but mine ain't where it needs to be.
You know what? I didn't really eat good today, really. I just had a little something here and there. It's a little, a little rice, a little salad, little regular things. But I, I I caught up with his menu. He did make an announcement on the last two shows as to what um Trip told us what the chef will be doing here today. And
You
damn
really
it,
going there?
I'm just saying, I think I'm gonna be fine, is what I'm saying. I think I'm gonna be all right this week. That's what I'm saying. But I'll leave that for all y'all to figure out and watch him chef up some good old madness. So I wait to be impressed, and thus far the chef is impressed. So you know
Hey,
sometimes things are a little questionable, and I think this might be one of them nights. But
T Will, what up, maybe?
hey, Terrence.
T Will
Shout
up
out
in the
to Corey
building.
and Kevin out there, and Juju jumped in. Thanks, y'all. Thanks, y'all, for coming in and representing with us early. We'll chop it up a little bit, and then we'll let the chef do his thing.
All right,
And
let's
we'll,
do a quick check in, man. Real quick story. Whatever happened with you this week? I'll give you a quick one. You can give me a quick one. We can get on with it.
all right, you go first.
So, all right, I'll give you the nice story, the bubbly story. So, I got this stuff growing in my garden that grows kind of wild around my yard. But this time, you'll find it in spots here, there. And so I got chicken fence kind of surrounding my garden to keep the critters out. And
Sure.
so for whatever reason, this plant is called poke salad. I believe I spoke to y'all about that before. It's a plant. It's like a green. It's a green. It's like greens, but it's a different kind of green that you got to cook a little bit more to get some of that some of the toxins out before you eat them. But
Oh,
it's got great nutritional quality to it. Also, again, it's growing inside my garden, and this year, like 6 or 7 trees of it growing. I'm talking about they grow big, like human male size, man. It's these big, wide, tall plants. And this year, for whatever reason, last 2 or 3 years, I've been cutting them down because the person that wants them I haven't seen her in the neighborhood in a long time. So she stopped coming around, started cutting them with the weed whacker, just whacking it on down. And for whatever reason, this year I decided to leave at least half of those things. I cut half of them down, left the other half up. And lo and behold, today, while I'm in here working on stuff today, sure enough, here she comes, walking down the alley. I was like, hey. I was like, ma'am, hold on for a second. She said, I see you got something in the garden every time I come by here. I was like, where you been? This lady's probably in her early 80s, man, but she still moves around really, really well. And something in my heart, man, was telling me to keep those, man, because I always kept those plants for her. She liked to cook them with her chicken, and it's got a lot of medicinal qualities for an older lady, you know what I mean? And so this year I decided to keep them, even though I hadn't seen her the past 2 or 3 years. I kept them, and she showed up, just popped out of the blue while I was in here working on stuff for the show. And I was just glad to see the lady, because sometimes when you don't see people for a long time, you think the worst. And she pops up walking down the alley today, and I just gave her a bag full of them, man. I mean, there's some big leafy plants, man. She was so happy. She said, I came down here early and I didn't see nobody in the garden. I was wondering, I was about to come knock on your door. I was like, oh, I'm so glad. And so basically, it's a feel-good story about, an elderly person you thought might not have been with us no more, because she never failed to come down that alley when she know those poke salad was in that garden, man. But here she popped up again after a couple of years.
Man, well, good for
Good for
you.
you.
Hopefully that doesn't continue. I sound like we got a little bit echo. Oh, but yeah, man, no, good for both of y'all. I'm glad that she got. It's good to see her around, and since we're talking, shout outs to and rest in peace to Tim Curry and Dolly Parton. Um, I'm not a big Tim Curry guy. My wife hollered at me this morning and was like, "Oh, Tim Curry passed away," and I was like, "Who's?" The only reason I know who Tim Curry is because of her. She's a big Home Alone fan. Can't stand that movie. Have no time for it. Rocky Horror Picture Show. No time for it.
You know what? I kept seeing that on social media today, like Tim Curry. Oh no, like that kind of
yeah.
post. I'm like, who the fuck? So I
Who's
finally
this?
got curious enough to see who he is. Oh, that guy.
Yeah, I mean, like I'm saying, he really didn't do nothing for me. He's also Rooster in the movie Annie, and like we're talking, that's like I watched Annie when I was a little shit, like I was a little kid, so it's been a minute. And I didn't even really recognize that this was the same guy, but those are the three movies
He was in that old ass movie.
yeah, bro. He's in the OG Annie with Punjab and Daddy Warbucks and all that. Um, but yeah, Pennywise, eh? Yeah, I think he's Pennywise. He played Pennywise as well. But again, I'm not I'm not a big yeah, you know what I'm saying? Not a big horror guy. Clue, not like I don't know. Did nothing for me, but at the same time, people are saddened, and in any event, I pay my respects where respects is due. So, shout out to Tim Curry and the family, and those who are slightly affected by his passing. Same thing with Dolly Parton. Dolly Parton's a bit of a different story. Um, fantastic across the board. Um, Crazy rack, as I'm sure all of you guys are well aware. But one of the funniest things for me was she was on, I think it was David Letterman at one point, and he was like, you know what though, everybody for decades been talking about my rack, but y'all checked out the ass, and she got up and she's like, yeah. You know what I'm saying? I couldn't. I'll never forget. I couldn't stop laughing, man. I was like, Dolly's, she's a real one, man. At least she
No,
can. At least she
I
can
know.
crack
I
a
know a
joke.
couple people that met her, man.
Yeah.
And I've always heard stories about how good she is to people, and like didn't matter who you were, didn't matter about nothing. If you needed something and it got to her, she would, do the best that she could to try to help. I love people like that, man. You know what I mean? And somebody that has access to resources, man, that just helps even more, man. But by all accounts, man, that was a good woman, man.
Yeah,
Oh,
no,
good human, not just a woman. She was a great human.
great human, great singer, great songwriter. Shout outs to her across the board. A lot of this generation, I think, like this generation would be familiar with her from basically like mostly Jolene and I Will Always Love You as made famous by Whitney Houston. I think those are probably the two tracks that this generation would be very familiar with respect to her. Out of that, man, it's been a little while since she's been out there doing stuff, and that's just fine too. She made a bag, man, got her bag, and she's been doing her thing. So I
You know
thought
what,
it's time to give some shouts to some of those folks out
man? Yes, sir, Shad. He says pure humans are rare. We underestimate the power in the loss of one.
there. Yeah,
No question.
Shaq. Well said. And
No effing question. Now, how I know that she was a good person was through somebody I know that went on tour with her, a security guy. He was a security guy that got hired by Akon. Akon went down, and I don't know how Akon hooked it up with Dolly Parton, but I'm sure they crossed paths at some point. But he ended up doing some security work for her, doing her detail on tour. And so that's how I, heard stories about her. And then, somebody that he knew started, kind of like, yeah, man, she's real good. She just be giving people stuff and giving them extra money and paying them way over what the budget was for her to pay the security, just because, make sure you take care of your family. Those kind of words. You got any kids? Okay, here, I'm gonna give you extra this. So that's the kind of stories I heard about Dolly Parton, man. I think she was truly a genuine woman.
Oh, like I say, she definitely deserved a little bit of my time. Made a quick little Facebook post with respect to Miss Dolly there. Shout out from Cornelius Claus as well. But yeah, man, that's a sad one. A lot of the voices of my generation are moving on, and always good to take note and give those folks a little bit of love, man, on their way out. So Dolly's definitely one of them, and she deserves it, man. She was a huge presence in the early '80s, man. So that's my childhood time, man. You know what I'm saying? But that's my week, man. Nothing really special popped up outside of that. Just regular grinding. There's other things that I really ain't getting into tonight. It'll tear down the show, but we'll leave those things alone and get into some fine dining with our
Got the cookbook king on deck, huh?
friend. Yeah.
Let's get him ready then.
Hey, Rock. Yeah, he ready to go, man. Ain't nothing stopping the chef. All right. With that being said,
Chef Trips. Chef Trips. Chef Trips. Chef Trips. A motherfucker in the kitchen. And it will be beautiful.
Hey, man.
Hello, can you see me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
loud and direct.
Welcome to the kitchen of Chef Trips. I am your owner and proprietor, Chef Trips, but as you know me on some extra sauce, I am that MFer in the kitchen. And I would like to say hellos to all of the viewers on the Nomad Network, on the at Kids the Canuck, and at Sports Chicago Style. And with all of yous, please do me a favor and subscribe to my YouTube channel of at Chef Trips, at CHEFTRIPS. Thank you. Now for the live cooking for tonight's AM effort in the kitchen, I will be preparing sardine croquettes with a creamy capers and goat cheese sauce, and they will be beautiful.
Oh Lord, holy Lord.
Now, as we can get it to going to get to the Bears talk, now let's go to the food cam, if you please, and we get this party started.
Oh.
Are we good there? We are good there. Okay, good. And now before we do begin, I would also like to send my condolences to all of the friends and the family members and the fans of the Miss Dolly Parton and the Tim Curry. They were in many of different movies and music over the course of many generations and like our youth. So rest in peace to them, and thank you very much. And for those entertainers like that, their legacies will always live on.
So we got the ubiquitous sardines again, huh, Chef?
Yes. This before we get to that part right there, let me tell you what I'm doing here. I am making the sauce.
Capers.
So we are using capers, and capers are small, pickled, unripened flavor buds off of the caper bush. The caper bush, not that kind of bush, Red Baron. You be nasty.
I don't know
And
what those
so
taste like, sir.
these taste kind of salty, kind of tangy, and kind of sour, and they are pungent, kind of like a pickle or like green olives. So you are aware of them when you eat them. And so we will use some of these, and that's about enough. Then we will give those a little chop because we want to get the sauce together and put it in the refrigerator while we prepare our croquettes.
Hey,
And so now, yes.
Hey, Chef. So Scroll says, in the words of the immortal Biz Marquis, you got the capers.
Something like that, but they were not purchased at the Albee Square Mall. I got them right here at the store. And so now that we have these in there, before we get here, now that we have rough chopped our capers, we will add a bowl here, and you can use mayonnaise, but to make it a little bit healthier, I'm using the plain Greek yogurt. And so we will use about a half a cup of that. You can eyeball it if you will.
Mm.
Okay, Corny messed around and made a banging tuna salad.
I know.
Okay, and now we will add about 3/4 of our capers, and the rest we will be saving for later in a little bits. So we put those there, and then those go in there like that. And then now, this is goat cheese, and it's softened. You can utilize this if you have it, which will be good because that is the recipe.
Goat cheese, always good, buddy.
It is, and it is usually pretty sourceable in many local areas.
What up, Sarah? Everybody that just jumped in here, man. Welcome on in. Guys. Keep it coming.
Okay, so now that we have the goat cheese in, this is garlic that I minced up earlier. So we put that in there as well. Boom. And then we will hit it off with a little bit of dill weed. If you have fresh, that is always better, of course. Dill weed.
Mm.
And then, because we are using a fish, we don't need a lot, but just a little bit of the salt, of the pink Himalayan salt.
All right.
And then some black pepper. And of course, this is to taste of your desires. And of course, a little Frank's hot. We put that on everything.
You're damn right.
Get in there generously. And now, before we are done, we will also a little bit of the Dijon's mustard.
All right.
Little bit like there. Okay. Now that all of our ingredients are in there, now we need the final part of this, which is the zest of the lemon.
All right.
So we want to get a little freshness and a little citrusy there into our creamy sauce.
People
All right.
been saying the chef zesty this whole time.
There we go. Oh, and if you could smell it, the freshness of the lemon from the zest is very noticeable to the nose. It smells like lemons. All right, and so now to get our zest in there, we also want to utilize the rest of the lemon by its juice. And then we will put some.
There ain't no lemons, man. Those like melons. You ain't got no melons.
Excuse me?
Nothing, chef. Don't worry. You keep cooking.
All right.
Yeah.
Now we will squeeze our fresh lemon, and from the inside, not the zesty outside. Now we get that in there, and that is a nice amount of juice right there. Woo-hoo. And in we goes. All right. And so now that is all of the ingredients that go into the sauce. And now we give it a good, excuse my fingers, they are clean.
I don't know about that. I don't think they can ever get clean.
No stinky finger today. All right, now that those are there, I just prefer the nice fork. And let's give that a nice mush to make sure all the goat's cheese is smushed down.
All right.
And all together. And so now we can see there's the Dijon mustard as it gets incorporated, and then all of the peppers. And then let's give it a little stir, and you see how creamy it is. But I will show you in a little minute how we will also help with this.
Okay.
Because we want it enough to be a creamy sauce, not a that heavy. We want it thinner. And so, but first, what we will do is you can use a little bit of water, or you can put in some olive oil. But what I am utilizing, because our sardine fillets are in the, it says on there, they're packed in the olive oil somewhere. Oh, there it is. They're in the olive oil already. So I opened up a can of the fillets, and I got the olive oil from there. So you put a little bit of that in there to thin it out a little bit more.
All right.
Is there enough to go around?
A little bit more. Was that a question, Kids D?
No, it was a Juice the Movie comment. Shout out to Rocco.
He's trying to get me on Team Sardine. Let me see if he can win me over.
Now, as you see, that little bit of olive oil made it a little bit thinner, but we want a little bit more.
Oh, throw that back up there, man. Those is asking, is this like the stuff they use at Einstein Bagels on the smoked salmon sandwich?
Hey man, Scrolls, you black?
This one would be a similar recipe, even though they may have like used actual mayonnaise and like fresher ingredients, maybe possibly, but it is similar with a little bit of differences. Now it is let's throw some more in there. You want to do it a little bit at a time, as not to add too much. So just be patient because no worries. The more that you mix it, the better.
He says, yes, I'm full Negro.
I thought so, man. What the hell you doing eating that shit for?
That's too funny.
Having a bagel.
I didn't have a bagel until I was like 27 years old.
Now, is this creamy?
I was so mad when I did too.
See how thick that is?
That's got a nice consistency.
And now, let's give it a little. Mm-hmm. Mmm.
Yeah.
That's
Don't get a chubby now.
That's lemon zest.
Mm-hmm.
Counterbalances the bite of the capers, and then the minced garlic in there. But I want to kick it up a little more with a little bit more of the red hot and the black pepper.
Yeah, you want a little bit more kick in there.
Trying to tell you what up.
Like a mule. All right, so now you see the consistency and the. This is beautiful. Now, what we will do, we will put this in the refrigerator and let all of the flavors come together. And this is different, and I would say better than using just a tartar sauce.
Hey.
But if a tartar sauce is all that you have, that is what you have.
Hey, Cornelius, I do want to expand my horizon, but my horizon just closed up a whole lot more. I heard that Texas Roadhouse story. I'm gonna be eating in a whole lot more. Just know that.
Well, that is something very true. In case those that do not know, there was a story that some of the employees of that aforementioned place were spitting in food. And that is not allowed ever, 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 not only because of safety standards, but because of respect and all of that. And so the bigotry and the racism is unfortunately alive and sick in 2026.
You said the Texas Roadhouse?
Yeah, bro.
Man.
I know you probably stop there often, don't you?
Brother, that's like if I'm going to the States, I'm finding I might Google Maps it just to get
that shit out your Google Maps, homie.
Oh no. Are you kidding me?
I'm not. I mean that with all seriousness, bro.
Oh man. I ain't even trying to say like I don't want to ruin that for the wife either, man. That's
let her go order then.
Too late.
Oh man, I'm so mad, bro.
Okay, all right. Back to focus.
These are alleged stories.
Focus. We don't want any lawsuits here at Shay's Trips, but we let you know that our employees will never do that into your food. We only put the goodness and the flavor of the realness of the foods in there, and we won't do that shit ever. We promise.
I believe that scrolls like people believe in Jesus. It damn sure ain't just Texas Roadhouse. What up, Levante?
All right, and so now that we are opening our 4 cans of tuna, and as you can already see, this is going to be a high protein and omega-3 dish. I am utilizing just saving the sardine packed olive oil just in case for later. If it's just water, that's different, but it's not. All right, so now that we have these open, as you can see, these are the fillets. And so it's not just the little fishies like you are normally seeing. These are already filleted out.
Okay.
Oh man, bro.
And you could also utilize a mackerel or tuna or any filleted fish. I would say sometimes the smelts, but they are so small that they wouldn't be filleted, but you could still possibly use them during the smelt season. All right, so now we have our fishies into the bowl.
Chef,
And
make some badass food, man. I'm just like imagining where you're going with this. It's gonna come out real good.
well, that is the purpose of the being able to be the chef in your own kitchen, because you can get creative. And as we can see, keeping track, the cost of this dish would not be exorbitant.
Like $15, maybe $20.
And with a few kitchen staples. Now, what we want to do is just break up the pieces. We don't necessarily want to mush them, but just break up the fillets into the pieces. Can you see that okay?
Yes, sir.
Excellent, excellent,
I've
excellent.
been doing this since I was a kid, man, with a little hot sauce and crackers.
Well, you would be hard pressed if you just looked at it right now to say, what kind of fish is this?
Yeah.
Because most people are more familiar with the salmon croquettes. And so utilizing different fishes in the same basic dishes are somewhat universal.
Okay.
And so now that we still have somewhat, chunkies and the flakies, but not the big pieces, because we want all the other ingredients to be incorporated as well.
So,
right. So now,
can I just say
yes.
something real quick, Chef? The thing
Yes.
about salmon croquet is the salmon is a sweeter fish. It's a little bit sweeter by nature. It's just the way it's curated. When it's smoked, it tastes a little sweet. Now with the sardines with the little saltiness in there, I'm just interested to see how that whole patty is going to come out.
Well, we shall see right now. All right, so I already pre-cut up some celery, some carrots, and some onion. And we're gonna put all that in there.
Oh, I gotta read this one. When you straight from the mind of the scrolls, man. When your chef look like Rerun and sound like Elijah Muhammad, it's gotta be good.
And now the shapers go in there. That Red Baron, he is crazy.
That man, that's a great one right there. We have to say that.
That's top notch.
Okay, so now we can move that to the side for now. We'll get this out of our way. And then now, before we get this going, we need to move this back here. As I make a few adjustments, as I change the set, as it were, please show, if you will, the thumbnail for the next video to be released on the page of the @Chef Trips, please, and let me know when it is up.
Are we talking beans?
Yes, that is the latest video recipe that has been cleared with the editing and such, and is being published on @Chef Trips, CHEFTRIPS, and it is a pinto bean pie. And so pinto beans, which you think of as like a vegetable, this shows you how to turn it into a pie. And with the holidays coming up, and you have a potluck, you can take it there. And as I said in the video, being a Mr. Funny Man, I said people will say it's not sweet potato, it's not pumpkin, but it tastes like that. What is this? And you could say, I'll never tell. But then you can tell them by giving them the recipe or the link to the recipe on the website at sportschicagostyle.com on the page of Chef Trips. And then all of the ingredients and the instructions are there. All right, so now
Wait a minute now, Chef.
Yes.
Are you of some relation to Elijah Muhammad?
Man, he's
We are all brothers of another mother in some kind of way.
Man, that was
No matter what deity you may or may not worship, we are all related. But as far as the seed from my father, I do not think so, because I do know my father, but I do know the reputation of the Honorable Minister Elijah Muhammad as he was slinging it to all of the viral young girls.
I was totally going to say
you gonna get run up on, man.
Elijah Muhammad's
You
voice.
better be cool, Chef. You better got your ass whipped on the red line.
Hey, I will buy the incense, the ID wallet with the phone book inside, and the pair of the package of socks. I am good with the brothers, and they know that even though I make the pinto bean pie, I am not taking their side of the expressway business from selling their bean pies and their final calls.
Talking about Elijah Muhammad slinging meat. Yeah, you gonna get your ass whooped, bro. You know, don't get on the red line, I promise.
All right, so now that we have our sardine fillets in there, we have our celery, our carrots, and our onions. I put in 2 eggs. We're gonna add a little bit of pepper for a little seasonings, and then a little bit of salt. But remember, not too much, because we already put some in the sauce, and then the sardines are salty as well. And so before we get in here, we want to get our skillet warming up on a medium heat for 275 degrees. And in the skillet, we want to put a little layer of the virgin olive oil. Settled down red berry, not that kind of virgin.
Hey, you know what? Chef? I always wonder how much wattage one of those little things pull.
Say that again.
One of those little skillets there that you cook.
Oh, the New Wave induction.
Yeah, I wonder how much wattage that pull.
It says it on here somewhere, but see the setting there. I'm already started, but I think it's it's on the box. Google it.
That's a good little doohickey to have, man. Like when electric goes out, but you got a little generator or some kind of power source.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's nice to have.
And so now the final ingredient for the croquettes are some panko breadcrumbs. And so now that all is added in there, we are going to now able to make our patties. And so we want to make them, a nice size, or you can make them smaller, if you will. That would, let's say, fit in where are they at? Like inside of the rings, like this size. Want to do that?
That might be good.
Okay, we can do that. And so if we're doing that, let's get a little more oil, and then we will be able to lube up the hold on 1 second, please.
What's up, Paul?
We're gonna lube these up real quick. And so let me get a little and then we get in here.
It's your dinner. It is your dinner time, ain't it, Screw?
And so we want it nice and wet, nice and lubricated.
Oh, that's a big hole right there. Chill out.
And then, well, it still needs to have.
That's what he said.
And there, in our little molds there, and then we get inside there. And we want to put these molds in here so they heat up. And so when we put them in there, it's already ready. All right, and so now that's there. And so we know they will be approximately of uniform size. And so now that this is in here, let's get in here. A little AMSR, if you will.
All right, now.
Levante is saying the eggs are used as a binding agent to hold
They
the patty
are.
together, and the panko is used to give the patty a certain texture and flavor and crust.
Right. That's
That
right.
is a very aware young man. Okay, so now we want to make sure it's all combined. We're not really mushing. We're just really mixing and letting it fall through and mixing it up.
I really don't eat panko or like somebody. I got a hold of some panko crusted catfish the other day, about 3-4 days ago. It was pretty good, man. I really just prefer cornmeal, but I ain't gonna lie, that was good.
And now what as far as what Levante is saying, as you don't need the silicone rounds as the binder, we'll keep the patties somewhat together. But we will use them in 2 ways since they are already heating up. As you can see, you can flatten them out to your desired thickness.
Cali boys, Chef, the Cali boys in here talking about what tacos they're gonna eat for dinner.
Fish tacos.
Yeah.
And then we want to put them in there for about 3. And these are pretty thick, so about 4 to 5 minutes per side. But you don't have to really worry about them burning, as we only have it on a medium heat. And so as I am forming the patties, I am putting them into the mold, approximately about the same size. And then we will go a round later and top them off if there are leftover insides.
Hey, Chef, I got an idea for you.
Yes.
Smash burger croquet.
Okay, that sounds interesting.
Made you think.
Yes, it's like because it's kind of difficult to smash the croquettes because they will fall apart.
True.
And so now what we do here, and because we're using the molds, I am not being precise with the patty size because I am just pressing them into the molds, or it wouldn't be this messy.
Once you get it firm
But
on the
guess
bottom.
what? Sometimes you have to be a effort in the kitchen and do things not in the ordinary.
Once you got the bottom firm, it should be game on.
And then the silicone molds will keep them in the place so I can, stack them in there tightly, and then they will form up as they cook.
Okay.
And then because there's only so much left, we will divide them equally onto the top. And because of the molds, I am able to press them down and not have them all fall apart totally.
Look like
Not the best. Yes, like I say, you can use mackerels, you can use tuna, you can use salmon, you can use many different kind of fishes. Because, they all kind of pretty much swim in the same water. All right, there we go. And so now we let those go.
This is kind of fluid. You can be fluid with this with your fish.
Very much so.
Whiting, anything crumple up in here, you might have to cook that a little bit.
Basically, anything that you can fillet.
Scrolls, these molds are actually a super cool idea. I've never seen this before. To be frank with you, it's the first time I've ever seen it. But I plan to go and scoop a couple up on Amazon real cheap if I can.
I got a few molds in here.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, for my grill. When I was selling food, yeah, that helps out because you can keep your burgers consistent.
And then, I don't know if I can reach it right now, but then you can also utilize the inside of a mason jar top. You know how the metal pops out? And so basically it kind of looks like that. 1 second. I can do that right here. Do it. Yes, here we go. A tap like this. And so you utilize that part.
Oh, I can dig it.
You oil it up and you put it down like that. And it's basically the same kind of thing.
Mason jars? That's what they call.
Yes, ball mason jars.
Yeah.
For canning and bottling.
So those molds that he has are basically bun size, your standard bun that you get. I'm talking about when I say standard bun, any bun that you walk past in the store is going to fit this mold. Like if you start getting the larger buns, no. But the regular standard buns in the store, it's going to fit all of them.
Raymond, ATF.
And so now what we will do, we will just tuck the top sides in and remove the molds. Woo-hoo.
There you go.
Oh, I thought you were going to flip it with the mold on. But that's all right.
No, sir.
No? Okay.
So we press the tops in because the bottoms are still cooking. And there's the way the molds are made. There's a inner lip.
Oh, there's a lip.
And then an outer top. So it keeps them in one piece and you can just lift the mold off the top.
That's actually really cool.
And then because they are solidified there, you can flip them on their own. And because these are very thick, we're gonna let them cook and crisp up nicely, so we don't tear them up, turning them over.
ATF, man, that is a very astute suggestion. ATF is saying with some biscuits and eggs, like a sandwich, like a breakfast sandwich. He's saying.
That is very true. You can definitely get jiggy with how you consume them.
Yeah.
Well, you better be working somewhere to give you a hurry up and give you a 15, 20-minute break when you first get there, because I guarantee your ass be on the toilet.
You think so? I don't know, man. We'll see.
Yeah, all that. Yeah, this gonna definitely dairy in all this.
That's very high protein. There's not much dairy. The low-fat Greek yogurt would really be the only dairy.
Well, I'm talking about ATF. He's talking about ATF with the eggs.
And there are 2 eggs in there as well as the binder. And so now we see that the temperature is nice and there is no burnage. We see that we got a nice bubbling there. And so we listen to the food and we can see the heat spreading. And so we just let them go. They are fine. And because we are doing a lower heat, we can let them go longer because we don't want them to cook too fast on the outside because they are so thick. Because if they were thinner or smaller, they would be done faster.
Yeah.
Hey, Chef, can I give you an observation tip?
Yes.
I think that far side is a little hotter than the near side to you. Maybe spin those around.
Well, I will do that because that is another tip that I was going to bring up about the induction cooktops. Is that theoretically the entire surface is supposed to have equal, even heat. Mm-hmm. But as you can see in practicality, the heat is in the center out.
Center out.
Yeah.
And so, with that said, what we will do, knowing that the heat is more so in the center, we'll see how they move together like that now. We will give them a turn so that this side is now in the center. So basically turning them 180 degrees.
Good idea. You have to cook with that a few times to know that, huh?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, you tend to notice that things. And so now, this fourth one here, we want to make sure we're careful keeping them all together and not breaking them apart. But they are sliding easily on their own, but they are still fragile.
Yeah.
So now we put them back equal distance, back where they were before. And as you can see, if it was a higher heat, the remnants on the side would be burning, but they are not burning. And so do not fall into the temptation of raising the heat to make it go faster.
I'm so nervous, and I got a little anxiety about this flip. I almost want to say put some cheese on them so that they stay together on the flip, but it's not mine.
Did you say put some cheese on them?
Try to keep them together on the flip.
Oh, you mean put the cheese on this side and then flip them?
Yeah. It just looks a little fragile to me.
Well, they are. That's why you have to be gentle.
You gotta wait too, right?
That's the point of having the patience. Because as you can see, it's not burning, but they are cooking. And now these are the remnants on the side, because remember, everything in there is already edible. It's already cooked. You can eat the sardines right out of the can, the onions, the carrots, and the vegetables as well. So
Count down to the flip. Hopefully we.
So it's just about letting them crisp and toast up and cook all together. But as you can see, you can enjoy the remnants. But as I'm picking them up from the middle, you can see how crispy they are on the side, underneath on the other side. So that will let you know kind of how it is there. And as you can see now, the bigger bubbles of the grease, as they are still frying the underneath of this side, because it has to get as crispy before we make the 180s.
Probably right, Levante. Levante's telling me, hey, no, man, it ain't gonna work. He said they'll still fall apart with the cheese.
He's probably right.
Because he's got everything so close together. You ain't got that much of a radius to.
Well, look at how wide look at how wide the spatula is. He's got it covered.
Oh yeah. Okay. You got to be.
You know what I'm saying? That's one way to do it. Boom.
Yeah.
You see there? We could let these go a little bit more because get them a little bit darker there, but that is fine.
That's on your light side. Those are probably up top is probably more together.
So you just take your time and then you support it and flip it.
It's about the same, I guess.
And then you maneuver them to give yourself space. And then you get under the other one. And flip.
Chef is surgical with it.
And that one, the last one. Oh, you jinxed me.
Damn it.
You little son of a.
Sometimes you just can't win.
3 out of 4 ain't bad.
No,
yeah, under these circumstances.
And so now we can see, just let them take their time for the other side. And then now, as those go, we can also get our plate ready because we have our aforementioned lemons for the side here. And we want to let the oil drain from the cooked fish. So we will do that with a couple of paper towels.
Hey, Chef.
Yes.
I could, looking at this in hindsight, I could make the case kids was making. Maybe keep the, the cylinders on it when you flip it.
Well, I mean, you can do that with the cylinders, but when you take them out, the rims are smaller on the outside.
Yeah.
And so, like, if you were utilizing them for like a pancake batter or something like that to make biscuits, or not biscuits, but like egg McMuffins type thing. Not egg. What are those things? The sandwich is with the pancake thickness like that.
Are you talking McGriddle?
McGriddles. Thank you very much.
You're
And
welcome.
so, if you want to make the McGriddle, you can pour the batter, into the top, and then let it set, and then you just take it off, and then you can lay them down to let it cook. But you really don't flip them in here. You let whatever food you can crack an egg into there, and it would stay in there for like egg McMuffins. So it would stay that shape, because once it's down there, the yolk will stay in there, and then it will cook up, and then you take it out, and then you flip it over. So whatever you're putting in there, you warm up the mold. You put it in there because you can see the ridge there. So if you were to turn it over, you're gonna mess it up taking it off.
Mm-hmm.
See it?
Yeah.
I see it.
And so that's why the handle's there. And so while it's cooking, you can lay it down. And then when you're ready to remove it, woo, and you're done.
Damn it. I gotta go find some bullshit to eat real quick. I'll be right back.
You mother. Look, it's funny, man. Yeah, you got me too, man. I'm hungry now too. It's all good though. I can't wait to see how this flavor profile goes with your cream cheese, your with your goat cheese sauce with capers.
Yes, with the capers and the goat cheese.
Yeah.
It is very complementary flavors. This is, I guess, kind of a Mediterranean type dish. With the fish and with the lighter sauces, like the tzatziki sauce, but different.
Oh, like tzatziki, because you're just saying that because you put Greek yogurt in there. I wouldn't call it Mediterranean. This is like, I wouldn't even call this regional. This is just good old home cooked food, man.
Thank you very much. Because not to not give credit, but there is like the southern United States, they do the croquets like this as well. And so not just Mediterranean, but just good old eating and some good old victuals. Because as you can see, the brightness and the color of the carrots, as they there, and then we all know as carrots cook, they sweeten on their own with their caramelization. And then the onions, and then the celeries. And so now, as you see, I did a turn of all of them, another 180 degrees to get more of the even cooking.
Okay. You know what?
And
does this thing have a cover?
Excuse me?
Does the induction pan, does it have a cover?
You mean on top of the skillet?
Yeah. Can you cover it?
Yes, yeah. But that does not make for a good visualizations.
Oh, that is a very good point. Forgot I was doing a YouTube show there for a second.
Because if we covered it, you wouldn't be able to see nothing.
Yes,
but it's staying warm. But you can if you cook and you know how when your food is cooking but not burning, you can see the lightness of the bubbles. It's not dark, it's not burny. You can smell it. You have to use your senses. But then, like, you move any little pieces around, and as you can see, these little ancillary fall off tidbits, they're not burnt up. And so now that we have them all together, we can remove them. And so we can turn off our flame, if you will. And then we will take these out onto our awaiting paper towels.
My boy Sneed just busted up in here. He just met the GOAT, he says.
Yeah, man.
Michael Jordan.
Yes, I heard that the Smitty Q's, he delivered some golf carts to the Michael Jordan's golf course.
No kidding.
Oh, wow.
And that was pretty cool.
At the goat. You should have got a cigar off his ass.
Well,
It is incredible how, he being Michael Jordan was as good as he was on the basketball court, the GOAT, as the Nomad has said. And now in his second life, he has made billions of dollars by owning and investing in things. And he has continuing his winning traditions by doing NASCAR. A black man owning a winning NASCAR team. Fight the power.
That is nice.
only Michael Jordan, man, because I don't know.
And so now we see that we get the ancillary part, and nothing is burnt. And so as we have a few moments to let the oil subside, let me change the scenery. Woo-hoo.
And away you go.
Put this over here, out of the way. Then I can take that from there. This over here. And now, are there any other questions or comments from the chat?
Oh, he was okay.
What was that?
No, Smitty just saying Michael Jordan's cigar is like a 45 barrel. he can afford all kinds of cigars.
Well, not to put his or Smitty's business in the street, but was he a good tipper?
Oh, that's
a good question.
At the same time, I don't think he tips anybody. I'm just saying.
That's how the rich stay rich.
You know what I'm saying? I think he's a little bit stingy when it comes down to it. But... Sorry, Mike. I'm just saying.
All right. So now that we have our scenery change, we have the Frank's Red Hot.
There's that.
And then we have our creamy goat cheese and caper sauce. Put that there. Then we got that there. Then we got that there. Beautiful. Now, let's serve up a plate and give it a taste. Shall we?
Okay.
All right. So we will get one of these. Now, remember, you can customize the size of these patties as you will as well. And so if you want to have them for a finger type food, you can make them smaller. And then we get the little garnish. Ooh, little lemon there. And then we get our creamy sauce to go on the side. That is cool there. Now, before anything, let's do this. Now we see that there. Now, if we will, for the bite up here, let's go to my close-up, please, Mr. Producer.
No hot sauce?
Damn it.
Well, we always need to taste our food before we put any accoutrements on. That is disrespectful to the people who prepared the food to not give it a taste and say, you need some stuff on there because you can't cook. You can enjoy the ketchup or the steak sauce or the hot sauce, but always taste to see if it even needs it. And so, before we do anything, and even before we use the sauce, or let's give it a little low there, because it's a 1 unit thing. This tastes like fish. I can't tell if it's salmon, if it's tuna, if it's sardines, and then because the croquettes are croquets, They do what they do with the vegetables. It's just the mixed up all up in there, and then with the sauce, it is a very complimentary sauce because I can taste the lemon influence in the sauce without squeezing any of the lemon. So you want to taste what it tastes like, and I can taste the pepper and all of the other ingredients. It's quite garlicky, but I like garlicky.
I'm with you. So you got a couple comments in here. Well,
and from now, we will hit it off with a little bit of the Franks, just on the top there. And then we will also squeeze a little bit of the lemon on. I'll be right back. One moment.
You want me to get to a cut?
All right, get a little squeeze. Squeeze, squeeze, squeeze. There we go. And then, as you can see, I already put the Franks on there. And so now we get a little bit of that without the sauce. It is very satisfying. And because of all of the diced vegetables, of the carrots, the onions, and the celery, it does remind you of the grandma's dinner or the southern dishes and recipes with all of the vegetables in there. But the sauce is, it does give the Mediterranean feel because of the lemon zest and maybe the dill, but or the capers even, because capers are not your ordinary flavor, and so it's that's different, but it is delicious.
It does. I mean, you got. Go ahead, kid.
No, I wasn't saying that.
You got a couple of comments.
What were the comments? Go ahead.
You got one comment. Kid, see if you can find the one that says, everybody was thinking he was going to make a sandwich out of this. I was too.
I was scrolling.
Well, you can, if you wanted to use the bread or the carbs, but I was keeping it as low carb, as high protein as possible.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. How's the capers coming?
Because you can always also, as the Nomad is referring to, you can still do that with one of the other tree patties. You can put a slice of cheese on top and then make it into a sandwich. Maybe a nice bed of lettuce, and then toast up the buns or the bread a little bit, and then put some of the sauce on there. And that is a nice sardine croquette burger with the creamy capers and goat cheese sauce. And so that would be another way to get jiggy with it, to get customized, if you will.
Well, you got a couple other comments, but this one's kind of off grid a little bit. But I think you want to hear it. Smitty is chilling in Key West right now. Had a lobster pizza and a super strong margarita, and chilled at the American Legion. Had a couple of more drinks. He said, "I ain't gonna be with y'all much longer." Smitty is having, just rolling through Key West is enough. Just wow.
Well, that is very good. Be safe out there. Enjoy the country as much as we can. Be safe out there. But also, please do not pull up to any trailer parks looking for $100 booty.
And there's plenty of them out there too.
Dirt's legs, maybe the Red Baron's flavor, but that is not safe for everybody.
Oh Lord. Let me see. You got a couple more kids. This is really your job.
What else we got out there? Carter saying no bread between bread. It won't work, so he's not looking for a sandwich. Anyone else saying anything?
I was looking forward to the sandwich.
What they're saying is looking it's looking good. So he's hungry. I'm hungry too.
I'd have gone with a big piece of lettuce and tomato on there.
Yeah, you can do that and do that with a sandwich.
Yeah, that's what Scrolls is saying right there. He's saying
Because it will put you in the mind of a po' boy. If you've ever had a po' boy sandwich of the fish varieties, like down in the bayous, it's that flavor profile ish.
that's actually a brilliant idea. So like a hot dog bun, chop it up, put the sauce on top. Okay.
Or a baguette, or
Yeah.
or a tortilla, or a piece of pita bread.
I'm trying to get my money up to go to move to Key West too. I almost did that before I moved back here.
Why Key West specifically?
I just want the experience.
Well, you could visit without moving.
Oh no, I knew somebody that knew me for food, and they're just like, bring that shit on to Key West.
Are there any other comments and or questions? And a question for the chat as well. Are you willing to try sardines in this fashion, or are you scared of sardines for whatever reason? They're fish like any other, and especially in today's society, the foods, whether they be vegetables, meats, wild horses, or beef from whatever country, we don't know what's in none of that shit. And so it's always better if you can get foods that you trust and that are safe as possible. And so you get those foods, and hopefully they're not too expensive, but you make them taste the best way you can, and all of the other variations or varieties that we spoke of, maybe try it with this or try it with that. You can do all of that because we do have to eat every day. And even if you had a cabinet full of sardines, you don't want to eat the same sardines every day, every way. So you customize them with different sauces, different fillings. One day you have just the patties. Another day you have them with the bread. You know what I mean? And so you customize it as you will, according to your budget and according to what foods you have access to, and your health and dietary restrictions and or requirements.
So Leo, go ahead, kid.
I was just gonna say, Leo Factor's asking what sides would go with it. Rice?
A nice whole wheat brown rice would be beautiful. Some steamed broccolis, or any steamed vegetables, because we have the carrots and the celery and the onions inside, and so a broccoli of the steamed varieties would be beautiful. And maybe this would also be good with the sauce, because the goat cheese and the capers, they have their own flavor in the sauce, as you saw, and that also pairs well with a broccoli or another green vegetable like that.
Hey Leo, I'll just tell you, in my household, I'll tell you who cooks these would have been my aunt. Whenever she cooked these, whenever there's fried fish, she busting the spaghetti out.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Well, but then you are now you're gonna get into that, as Nomad would say, that fat boy area. If you go into the pasta with it.
Yeah. That's some big back shit.
Big back shit. There it is.
There it is.
And so this is a healthy meal. It is basically an expensive meal. It is easy to prepare, and not a lot of exotic items, and a lot of cabinet and refrigerator staples. So I encourage you to try it and put your own twist on it. But if you do, please let us know and share how it turned out, whether it be in the chat on the Nomad Network, or at Keds the Canuck, or at Sports Chicago Style. That is the triple RSCS. But then my channel at Chef Trips, CHEFTRIPS. Please subscribe and visit and come say hello, and let me know how you are preparing your fish. Are there any other questions and or comments?
Well, let me throw this one out here. Smitty Q. And shout out to Smitty, man. He's having a good ass time, and I can tell he's having a good time, just the energy through his text. He says, that was my mama on Friday, Fish Friday and spaghetti. He says, my wife is like, hell no. You know, that's a good ass idea. That's a good ass marketing campaign. And I'm all about putting up some money too.
Fish Friday?
Hell yeah.
Fish Friday.
Well,
like,
if
that's PJ about that's like a thing, bro.
Well, the thing with the Catholics during Lent, no fish on Fridays. I'm sorry, no meat on Fridays, and so they would eat fish instead of beef or meat, of pork or like that, or yardbird.
Yep.
And so it became a fish fry or a fish bake. It was other ways and varieties of cooking fish. It didn't matter what kind of fish, any and all kinds, as long as it was fish. It was, even though I don't think he's Catholic, but a pescatarian's dream.
That's I never heard of that.
No.
I never heard of that, but that's a good ass. That's a good.
Minister Charles used to talk about it all the time. Same with PJ, man. PJ's all about that fish on Friday, man. Shout out to Jack, man. In this economy, boy, you got the hustle, bro.
Yeah, because what is it? Fat Tuesday, they party, and then Monday, Thursday, and then Good Friday starts Lent. And that goes through Easter Sunday, I believe. And so that's 40 days and 40 nights or whatever it is. On those Fridays, it's all about the fish. And so if you are of those proclivities, try the sardine croquets.
My mind went straight to the streets because I know on Fridays, most people like to go to work, and get off work on Fridays. They're off this weekend and they want to get it in on Friday evening. And I learned in the street selling food that women, when they drink, they love fried fish afterwards, bro. Guys like a steak, guys like a burger. A woman will eat it, but they are looking for some fried fish after they're done drinking.
And then a fish fry was also an inexpensive way for community and gathering for foods, because you could go down to the creek, throw a line in, and bring back a string full of fishes, and then prepare them with the pasta and with the coleslaw. Don't forget the coleslaw. And now you could feed a lot of people, and so the community and the family or whatever it is could come together and have that fellowship and share that love over a good meal. And then the cooks, if you will, whether they be male or female, the grandmas, the grandpas, the aunties, the uncles, or whatever, they would always be willing to share their secrets with the younger generations and keep up those traditions and those recipes. And so the more you can, if you are able to touch those roots, embrace those, because that's where so much flavor and originality came from. Because you have to make do with what you have and not what you want, because it was not always available, or you did not have the resources to get them, or whatever. And so you could make something that was not desirable into something that was beautiful. And if you could do that with the sardines, do that with the sardines.
Yeah. I ain't mad at you, man. It's what's available, what you can afford. Make that work. That's what it's all about. But kids, you and the chef can wrap this up if you want to.
Well, before we do, just give the man a little bit of love. Get at him at Chef Trips, man. Right there on YouTube. Give him a little bit of love. Like, share, subscribe. sportschicagostyle.com/Chef Shay Trips. That's Shay dash Trips. In any event, thanks for coming through once again, Chef, man. You killed it, crushed it, unalived it, all three of them. I'm not a big sardine guy, and I'll tell you why. You asked the question a little while ago. Sardines just make me feel poorer than I actually am. I'm not a rich man. They just give me that, they make me feel poor. If I could choose another fish, I generally would. So I think I'm gonna actually utilize your recipe here and infuse some salmon into it and see exactly what happens. Because I got some salmon, man. I got a whole bunch of salmon, and I eat it regularly. I think it's a great time.
Well, you can do that, and I encourage you to do that. But didn't you say that that you would eat neck bones and goat?
Sure, yeah.
That is not rich people food.
I eat a lot of poor people food.
So
But still,
I'm hearing a lot of hypocrisy right now.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's a whole boatload of it going on, man. What's considered
hypocrisy? I'm just not. I've never really. I've kind of just avoided the sardine, man. It just hasn't been a.
Is it? So it's a class thing and not a taste thing.
See, like Scrolls is with me.
Yeah, he got you in the corner now. Go ahead and fight now.
Scrolls is saying I feel like a refugee when I eat sardines.
No, dog, let me tell you. I'll tell you something. One of your favorite things to eat, the chicken wing, was thrown out for probably hundreds of years. I'm sure it was hundreds of years. But now that people of color have gotten a hold of them, particularly black people, have turned that piece of chicken out. Now it's hard to go find a pack of chicken wings. They ain't gonna cost you way too damn much. And that's because it was considered poor people's food, but it's not no more. And so who makes the standards?
Have you ever opened a can of tuna?
Billion times. I feel less poor with tuna though.
It's a fish. It's in a can. What's the difference?
I don't know. I don't know what it is. I feel less poor tuna. The other thing is, like, I want to make, like, if I was to make this and serve it to other people in the house, I will get pushback. I'm just saying. So
if you don't tell them that it's sardines, they won't know. They will assume that it's salmon because it tastes like fish. It does not have a particular flavor to say, oh, those are sardines. It just tastes seafoody because guess what? They are fishy, some be seafood. And I don't know, maybe you were swimming in a lake and a sardine swam and touched you in the wrong place and you need some therapy for it. But whatever you have against sardines, it is okay. This is a safe place.
Kids, you need to get you a polyester suit with some big 1/4-inch collars, shirt underneath it, and grow you a jerry curl and go slap a motherfucker when they start talking about.
I'll do all of that except for the jerry curl.
And that'll get you out of people stop complaining all the time. Goddamn.
But if you have if you do have no access to other fish and you only have sardines and you don't want to feel like that you are eating them, camouflage them with the other ingredients and the other flavors.
You gotta go. You ever seen Snowfall?
Have I ever seen Snowfall? I live in Canada.
No. I'm talking about the show on FX.
Oh, the show? Oh, sorry. No, I have enough of Snowfall.
You get like old boy in there, the guy with the jerry curl. Slap a motherfucker, man. Come on and get out of hand. No violence on the show, but I'm being facetious right now. But
hey, man, we'll see. Like I say, if I have access to fish, sardines is probably the one fish that I generally dodge, and I eat a lot. Like I eat a lot of fish, man. I really and truly do. Tuna, salmon.
Well, don't knock it until you tried it.
All right. Okay. Well then, like maybe I'm gonna give it a shot. I'm gonna give it a go. I have a spin on your idea. I'm gonna make some fritters as well and see how it goes.
And then like other ways to change it up, instead of using the panko, you could mash up a potato and use that as the the crispier and the binder, because it will help stick the whole patty together. And then also in the oil, it will crisp up. So if you don't have the breadcrumbs, use a mashed potato.
That's
If you really want to get jiggy with it, use a sweet mashed potato.
ooh, that would change everything. But I bet you it would be delicious. Love it.
Give it a try, because guess what? If you don't like it, you are not out of a lot of money, and you know that, hey, I don't like it, I won't make it again. But if you do like it, boom, boom.
Hey, bro, why you BSing though? Talking about poor people food? Way the price is going up on food in this country. I don't know about in Canada, but it might be time to take my talents to the local riverbank.
Are you talented?
And get a net. Get some old socks and then sew them together and go and look for a haul.
For real, for real. It's getting crazy in the grocery store, bro.
Hey man, it's been bad here for quite some time, so I'm
Well,
I'm
we'll
I
try to
know
save some time
I'm
after the
no
chef
have to
to get
learn.
into a little bit of that.
Might
Well,
have
all right, now I will get out of here. And then I do apologize for the technical difficulties earlier, but hopefully the hamster is in his wheel, and I will be able to transfer the controls back over to the triple R's. So thank you very much for watching. Uh, as it is the last Wednesday of the month, and so that is the segment that features me, AM Effer in the kitchen. And so please see me there on the video recipes at uh, at Chef Trips there on the YouTubes, and then I will see you on our pregame and post-game Bears shows at sportschicagostyle.com, as we are back together with the entire crew. Shout out to Coach Tripping, a shout out to Trip and the aforementioned Triple R's, and and the season is now back upon us. And so I will see you, or you will see me, and all of those other places, and over by theirs. And so until next time, on the next episode of AMF in the Kitchen, Chef Trips out. Bye.
That was fish-tastic.
I love that man.
Man.
So I was wrong. I'm hungry.
You know what, kid? Like when you say poor people's food, do you know how that's gonna that comes off a little bad.
Um, it, don't take it personally.
Oh, I don't, but I'm just saying
It shouldn't come off. It shouldn't come off bad. That my entire upbringing is based and rooted on eating poor people's food. It's just
trust me, I overstand. Trust me in a deep way. What you mean by that? When you graduated in life past foods like that.
Oh, I haven't. I haven't. I'm just saying I have choice at this point. I can choose what levels of food I'm gonna eat. So like rice and peas, like oxtail is originally like the poorest people's food. It's become a delicacy and now costs.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like
those motherfuckers cost.
You know what I'm saying? Like
it's expensive like that in Canada too,
bro. Our dollar is worth less than yours, and we're taxed to like they'll say 40. Let's just say 40%. So like yeah, it's expensive as sin to eat.
You know what?
Damn.
You know what, Crimson? Chef Trip is for the people, man. He makes food that everybody can afford.
Yeah, and it's very helpful. Very helpful. But like I said, with fish, I'm a bit of a connoisseur, man. I tend to eat I love salmon. I love tuna. I'll eat rainbow trout. There's all kinds of different levels of fish that I generally delve into. So like sardines are easily at the very bottom of that list for me. And that's what I mean.
A fish. I don't know. I'm pretty sure they're in your waters because if they're heavy in my waters, they're heavy in your water. It's called crappie and or brim. You ever heard of them?
I've never had that.
Some people call them crappie. Southern people call them crappie, but the technical term is crappie. Call them brim. They're
Red snapper's good scrolls for sure.
yeah, they're very abundant in river systems and they're very tasty. Like I don't know anybody that's eaten a piece of that, and like if you haven't, you should go look for them, kids. Go ask your local grocer about a crappie or brim,
Yeah,
and
I'd
go
probably
home.
have to go somewhere a little like where my old apartment when I first moved out. There's a fish market just across the street, man. I used to get some really cool stuff. And at the time, it was pretty cheap. And, just coincidentally, um, in the Caribbean, we make something very similar to what Chef had put down today. And that's why I was like, I gotta sort of try this as a fritter. So, we call it saltfish, but it's really codfish because it's codfish is salty. We make a saltfish fritter, and it's like it's similar to what he put down there, just a little bit different. Yeah, cod's are right. Cod's like I said, cod's a bit salty, but yeah, man, we that's what I grew up eating. I grew up eating very similar stuff. I'm used to poor people food to a very high degree, but at the same time, sardines is kind of like right where I draw the line. Haddock, etc. Yeah, I'll eat all that. But
Look, Squalls. Cornelius says, things are out of hand when ham hocks are over $10 a pack.
that's crazy. That's wild, bro. Yeah, it's pretty.
Most you would see on a pack of ham hocks would be like 3.49,
Mm-hmm.
and that might be a little rich. They
Yeah,
they give they basically give those things away.
I can't even. I don't even want to do that. Like, I don't even want to get into what stuff costs here because you guys would blow your minds. Things are very expensive here in the grocery store, and they have been for a while. And I think at some point I told you guys about um how there's like a three company monopoly on groceries in Canada. It's crazy, and one of those companies just jacked prices up. So like the outline companies would be Costco and Walmart that didn't just jack their prices up, and it's been pretty decent. Like you kind of have to go to Costco and Walmart to get your groceries if you want to save a dollar or two. If you go to the regular spot that you've been going to for X amount of years, you're paying premium. Samo,
Just bust it up in this piece.
Big Sam, what it do, bro?
He said the price of food is utterly ridiculous.
It's
That's
crazy.
why I just told him, Samuel, I'm not from the LeBron James. They asked, I'm going to take my mother talents to local riverbank, not South Beach. Yeah,
Yeah,
going
do
fishing
it
on
without
their ass.
milk, man. If you got to fish and pull it out the water yourself, like wait till that gets shut down though. You know what I mean? Like, man, it's fun. Like things are the world is funny, man. I'm gonna tell you like a bit of a weird story. So in Toronto, um, all right. So in Toronto, the Canada goose is rampant. There's like I got Canada goose here in where I'm at, but in Toronto, you see them all over the place. Mainly because there's not a lot of trees in Toronto. It's mostly a metropolis, so they just flying all over. And at any of the parks, like at local parks, what was happening was a certain ethnicity of people, and I won't point it, you know what I mean, but a certain ethnicity of people were just straight up clubbing these Canada geese, dragging them by their necks and cooking them. in many cases right there at the park, on the barbecue at the park. They're just club up a goose, skin it, cook it, and eat it. And people were losing their minds. Now, I can't really blame these people for losing their minds, but at the same time, in the country where these folks are coming from, I could see something like that being completely standard and normal fare. Oh, damn, there's a bird. I can unalive it and cook it for dinner. Oh, bird just I'm just blessed with a bird. We'll feed the whole family. People were going crazy. And like, let's just be real. This has, huh?
You want to read it?
No, they didn't.
We got to read it, man.
It's a good guess. Okay. He said, "Let me guess. They look like us with French last names." No, they didn't. I heard about that in Minnesota, though. I know exactly what you're talking about. They didn't have French last names. They had last names that sounded like, I got nothing for you, bro. I got nothing for you. Just give it away. Yeah, if you get closer, I will agree. But it was pretty wild, man. It was crazy. We have a very large influx, and you can just run a Google search on it. We have a very large influx of a very specific genre of human here over the past 10 years. They've taken over a very specific business entities and kind of started to run their own thing. But in Toronto, it's crazy, and this was driving the white folks wild, like, because they at the park trying to hang out, and like, oh, did that dude just club a goose? Like, what?
Let me tell you something, man.
Hamburger.
Look at Samo. He said then all the food is contaminated. Every week we learn about something else being recalled. True.
Now, like I've been saying, I ain't even gonna go down this road.
You know what? I didn't know we was gonna have I gotta force this one in because Scrolls came in here last week and he was just like, hey man, we need to get back to this Iran story. And this ain't directly an Iran story, but it's adjacent to it, and you'll see what I'm talking about once we bring it up. But let me do this. If one of you guys don't mind reading this, I'll kind of fill in the blanks. I don't know if you guys heard about this story or not, so I'll do the blank filling here. But if one of y'all want to take off on this one, please.
You got
it? Yeah, okay. What up, everybody? Shout out to Chef Trips. Thanks for holding it down. MF in the kitchen as he is. All right. War in the Middle East. China has claimed sovereignty over the individual island groups that make up the strategic sea concept known as the Iron Triangle. Its importance stems from the fact that a minimum of 30% of global imports and exports use this trade route.
Where am I going? Let me just tell you something. So it's in the South China Sea. And so when I say that 30% of all global exports and imports, all that stuff goes through there, the shipping lanes, they are strategically blocking United States out. I mean, when I say Iran, I'm talking about Lebanon, I'm talking about the Chinese. They are strategically blocking the United States from, the United States went into this thing thinking that we was going to go in there and take over everything and tax everybody for coming through these lanes and kind of take ownership of these shipping corridors. Now the Chinese, along with the Iranians, have basically checkmated everything. And that comes
Well,
from, go ahead.
but I mean, yes, but for fuck's sake. All right, kids.
Yeah,
All
bro.
right, you're all elbows up. We get it, and we saw your prime minister was like, that or kiss all his ass. He got a lot of ass.
Mm.
Uh, and so we're seeing this war that is still not technically authorized as a war through Congress the way it's legally supposed to be. It's
Mm.
just something that he's doing, like everything else. He is that personality, grab him by the genitalia. And that goes in every facet. It's better to ask for forgiveness than permission. He ain't even asking for forgiveness. You know what I'm saying? He's just doing shit. And it's not just him though, he's being enabled. And so who are the beneficiaries of all of this? And if you look at, I think it was like 55% of Project 2025 is completed, which was a political goal set forth by like far right people. And so part of that agenda is dilution and distrust of the public in the food sanitary and the food structure. So now, as aforementioned, we have all of the contaminations, we have all the recalls, we have all just the things over so many different sectors. So it's not just one area. And then you look at the things that happened when Elmo Musk came up in there and fired everybody. That was toward this agenda. And so they're all in cahoots, if you will, all the way up to the top courts. And it's very frustrating as someone, who thinks, reasonably has some common sense, and anybody out there who's like, so this alternative universe and alternative facts and things just change. We're just supposed to be cool with that and go with it like it's normal or right or even makes sense. And all of it, including this Iran thing, if someone were to be a Manchurian candidate, for an enemy, I don't know what they could do different to hurt a country, because we've hurt ourselves internally with the deportation of people that are not criminals. You know what I'm saying? That's been here for decades. We're deporting families of people who are at a quote unquote excursion or whatever that thing is in the Middle East. They've been out there, fighting for this country, but this country deported their people. And so it's just, what are we doing? And as a society, we see it, and then we see. I'm sorry to go on here, but there was this viral clip thing of a woman who owned a farm, like a dairy farm or some shit, and she was complaining that the tariffs and the regulations and blah blah blah, she's losing her business. But she's like, and these Democrats, I'm saying, I'm losing my business, and all they're saying is, well, that's what you voted for. Well, I'm never gonna vote with them. I'm not. Well, they're just nasty, and it's like, you stupid person. You are literally cutting off your nose to spite your own face, and then cutting off both ears when people pointing out that you're doing.
Well,
Like,
let me help out here, Trips, because where you're going is in the area of what programs in mind in the first place when people decide, this is going to be my vote because of this. What triggered your thoughts? And a lot of it, you can't get past. Number one, it was racism. Number one. The second thing was, okay, and this whole thing about let's put it in the face of Dems, kind of, it turned into some stupidity, 110%. But let me just put the cap on that right here and show you how this affects you. And I don't care who I'm talking to. I don't care, unless you got Uber millions of dollars. This doesn't. If you're that person, this doesn't apply to you. But what I'm about to tell you is 30% of global exports and imports. So basically we're in a hot war with Iran. It really is tit for tat strategically and for power and position. This that China has done. This is a cold economic war that we have entered now. So we have a hot war and a cold war going on. One directly with Iran, and another one indirectly with China, who now has helped make Iran, which I told you was going to happen, a global power. They're
Well,
global.
not only that, making Iran a global power, but as remember, United States not too long ago was, one of the world's most premier superpowers, had military bases in 80 countries around the globe. The protectors of democracy and freedom and all that good stuff. Team America, fuck yeah. World police, all of that. You know what I mean? So that has all gone straight into the shitter. Because many of these countries that used to be our homies that we got bases with, now we get tariffs on and beefing with and calling names. Places that used to have bases have been blown up. You know what I mean? Like literally destroyed. The world economy that used to be all about the dollar is now it's like, hey man, them dollars ain't what they worth, what they used to be worth. It's just not. And so the economy right now, there are no jobs being created in this country whatsoever in any industry.
Losing
The only
jobs every
industries
quarter.
that are jumping off are the AI stuff.
Well,
And those don't employ a lot of people. They employ the people to build them, but then once they built, security, a few technicians and maintenance. That's it. But the resources that it takes up, we don't need them because we've existed this far without them. And then the benefits don't outweigh the resources. And that's the only thing that little Ponzi scheme of them sending money to each other is the only thing keeping this country afloat. And so the shit has not hit the rotary oscillator as of yet, but when it does, I mean, it's not a tit for tat thing. It's like, well, this administration did that, so two wrongs make a right. And it's like, what? What I'm saying? No, that administration, no, they were fucked up too, but not to the point where it's costing people's their lives, their families, their jobs. We look at how many farmers have gone bankrupt this year domestically, kids. It's like a huge percentage. Whether it be beef farming or dairy farming or crops. And then all of that property is getting bought up by the billionaire class that are in control right now, changing all the laws and regulations to make it harder for regular citizens to survive, to make it easier for them to take over shit. And so we are living this shit right now.
Trip.
Right now.
Trip. Let me do this, man, because I'm gonna say some words that are either gonna resonate with people or gonna keep people where they are and probably sink lower. It's gonna do one or two things for you. And those are it. Either we realize that this ain't no game of baseball here. This ain't no game of, it's not a game whatsoever. It's a challenge to a society, people, to either realize that your vote shouldn't be cast to try to attack another. Your vote should be cast to try to help progress society. And if that means you vote for something that you hadn't voted for your whole life, or your family hasn't voted for in generations of your family, you better wake the fuck up, man. Ladies and gentlemen, that shit is over. Trying to put pie in the face of each other. Find a reason to find middle ground, man. If you don't, what's going to happen is going to be ugly. And I'm going to put a cap on this because we can't stay here too long because it's going to waste a lot of time. We got football to get to. But I just wanted to stop here for the sake of Scrolls, who did mention it to me. And I told him we was going to get into it a little bit. But I don't think you guys understand how big 30% of global imports and exports are. And so when I say this, that the Chinese have taken strategic control of the Iron Triangle, that doesn't count out every nation in the world. It specifically puts us, the United States, into the clamps. Countries like China, like Canada, other places around the world will fare much better than we will in this country. But since we made the choices that we have at the voting booth, this is going to hurt you. And I'm talking about not only Scrolls is right about the strategic oil reserve. I just looked that up this morning. We went from about 380 million the last time we talked to you. Now we're down to about 280 something in our strategic oil reserve. Pretty soon we're at DEFCON 4. And now you're gonna put, now the Chinese is owning the trade routes in the sea, which most goods come and go. 30% of that. That means everything is about to get, you think it's expensive now, you just wait.
Well, but
we gotta put a cap on this trip.
But remember, it's inconvenient to a lot of us now, but the pain being felt every day is a lot worse around the world, and we will be feeling that soon. All right, go ahead.
Look,
we just got to leave this alone because it turns into such a corrosive thing, man. I don't like talking about it on the show. I'm just being honest with you. Not only because the conversation becomes corrosive, because we find people in different areas of that conversation, and I don't like it because it's just divisive, man.
Nice.
And I can't speak my truth about it because it's going to divide more, because this whole thing makes me aggressive. I ain't going to lie to you. The whole conversation makes me aggressive because got a bunch of stupidity going on. It's what it is. Just be quick about it, kids.
No, thanks for that. And I will. I don't want to really get into any of this at all because I have a very different view, and my view is much like a certain Mr. Pilgrim in the chat. End of the day, all I can say is do what you can to view news outside of just American politics, and that's probably the only little 2 cents that I'll put out there, because the same shit is happening across the world in different capacity, and it has nothing like. What's funny, I'm just gonna put the funny part out there. What's funny is like it kind of like at this present time it all falls on the footstep of a certain orange gentleman. But in any event, from a political party perspective, it's quite consistent worldwide, and there's different political structures out there that you can sort of look at and understand that, wait a minute, maybe this isn't a partisan or bipartisan case scenario at all. Maybe this is something global. That's all I have to say.
It is. I am going to close it after this, and we're going to get into some football. This is truly some. It's some real stupid shit going on here. And what we found out through this process that we've gone through in this last election is how deep the stupidity goes. And I'm not going to get an ice pick and put it through my eye to prove a point to nobody about how I feel about anything. But clearly there's some stupid motherfuckers in this country that's willing to do just that.
Yeah, there is.
And so let's just leave that there, man, before I get really upset about it and say some shit I'm going to regret. And we're going to start talking about some Chicago Bears. And let's just keep it on the general. We're close to very, very close to the final 53 being cut out. And let's just talk about what we've seen in the camp so far, how we think about us being this close to the 53. Do we think that we're going to lose some really good players, or do you think we got just enough good players and the players we're going to have to cut won't make a whole bunch of difference anyway? What y'all think about it? I'll tell y'all my thoughts in a second.
You want to go, Kez, or you want me to kick it?
I'm gonna let you go first, man. I have a bunch to say, and I figure you'll probably clean it up anyway. So you go ahead.
All right. Yeah, it's gonna be FYI for the game live call reaction this week. That's gonna be Keds and Nomad. I won't be available. Nephew got a game.
And that's at 4:30. That's at 4:30, y'all. I think the game starts at 5.
All right.
All right, yeah, Bears at Tennessee. And so it's going to be interesting, you know, their roster battle bubbles. It's very frustrating that the head coach is like, yeah, left tackle, we still don't know shit. We still trying to figure that out. Like, oh, thank you very much. At safety, who's healthy? You know, who's going to make the team there? Cornerback, what are we doing? Kyler, you gonna start the season on PUP, IR? What's really good, homie? And then the other, I guess, news of the week: will there be a trade because a certain white rhino out of the 6th round rookie came in and was like, "Hey, I want to start on this team. Somebody got to go." And is this somebody going? I don't know. But that someone has been held out of practice and hasn't had any reported injuries. So a lot to be determined this week, kids.
Yeah. Everything you said, dude, right? Like there's a bunch of injuries. We have to field a viable football team, especially like, you know, zeroing in on the defense. Offense is pretty cool. You know what I mean? Like offense is pretty cool with that exception of that left tackle position that, you know, cannot be solved without the solution being Ozzy Trapeo. So it's just sort of going to be a revolving door of maybes there. And right now the maybes look like Braxton Jones and maybe Theo Benedet, maybe, right? Like that's kind of right back where we are, and that's where we were before Ozzy really stepped up to the plate. So nothing new, same old. But the injury factor right now is new. Like that's a little bit wild. They spent a lot of money doing things that I thought were a little bit silly in my personal opinion, but they did them anyway. And fair amount of injury in that secondary, which then leads us to the D line. You know what's pretty cool right now is the linebacker core seems to be okay. Like nobody's really talking about that core. And if nobody's really talking too much about it, sounds like things are starting to settle down for that group.
Man.
What's that?
Go ahead. I'm thinking out loud, bro.
Okay. I'm just thinking that Ruben Hippolyte might be in a little bit of trouble, but they also just potentially lost Neffy or
Neffy Sewell.
Call him what you will. So maybe that saves Ruben's bacon, right? So there's that as far as the linebacker core.
But you saw that Noah's back, right?
Well, let me.
Oh, is he?
Well, let me. We're gonna get to all of that, man. Let me, little bit by little bit, get to there. I'm concerned. The only concern I have right now. Let me just get to this right now. Let's get this out the way. This is probably the worst thing I heard, but it sounds like everything is okay. You know, the last thing I heard was Darnell Wright came off the field the last practice, not today, but yesterday. Came off the field with the elbow, and they were flexing it for a few minutes, and I don't know, something about it they didn't like, and they took him in the building. And so sometimes that can get turned into something it doesn't need to be. You know, he felt some discomfort there, went back to the trainer. Trainer told him, let's go inside to make sure, probably. And he came out, per reports, sounds like it's okay. Now, I just want to know that that's not going to be a thing. You know what I mean? Hopefully, I'm knocking on wood right now. We need that stability over there. Without him, this shit don't work right. Just
I'm
telling you
strangely
right now.
not worried about this. Like he's been pretty available over his tenure. You know, he did hurt the exact same elbow previously. I think he was out for a game, came back with a brace on, and was throwing human beings all over the field anyways. So I'm not extremely worried about this one. I'll just be straight up. I'm much more worried about the left. I think they have a fair amount of depth to really help support this case scenario if the requirement is there. But you know, what I really mean is like I know this guy will be back on the field in relative short order.
Well, what I'm saying, kids, is this. Hopefully this will happen probably in the off season. This has got to be the third year with the elbow, right? At some
No,
point,
just last year, man. He
no,
didn't.
no, it happened before that too.
Did it really?
It just wasn't like the first time you noticed it is when he put the brace on it, which was last year.
Well, he took time off too, right? Like that, he missed that game where he missed the Raiders game, right? Where
This is
Theo,
probably heading towards a surgery at some point next offseason.
maybe that's potential.
But I think he's all right, man. Even 85% of this dude is Darnell Wright. 85% of this cat is more dominant than pretty much every tackle in the league besides a Penei Sewell, who I put in that category. But yeah, I just want to know, this is the main thing right here. When you start talking about the Bears' success and can we move for a Super Bowl, the way they attack defenses, you have no choice but to respect number 58 and how he can get on the edge and help these running backs, because our whole system starts and stops with the run game. I don't care how fly you think these receivers are. If the Bears can't run the ball effectively, we in no man's land. We in no man's land. We got to have 58 right. So that's the only thing that gave me pause all week was, hey, it's 58 all right.
Yeah, like I said, I know this guy will be back on the field in no time. I'm in no way. I'm starting to sound like you. You know what I mean? This one didn't worry me at all when I heard it. I was like, it's fine. Ozzy will be just fine. Or sorry, Darnell will be just fine. He always is. If he needs a little bit of time away from the game just to sort of rest up and get right, he'll be back out there in no time. Might be a game or two. Not a big deal.
He tore his UCL in his right elbow in 2025, and he opted not to undergo surgery. Instead managed the injury by wearing a brace and allowing it to heal and scar over naturally.
Yeah.
And so that particular area is always going to be a issue, for him going forward. But he is a warrior, and we've seen him play at one arm before. Not that we really want to or need to see him play with one arm again, but not comfortably. But the backups, as far as the right tackle, are better than the starting situation is on the left side. I'm good with right tackle with Darnell Wright. He's cool. And I think, his backup, whoever that is, if it's, Theo, if it's Karan, or not Karan, but if it's Jedrick or Braxton, we good. So yeah, Darnell Wright, he's good. And that wasn't just according to Rome Odunze, doctor part-time. This was according to everybody concerned.
I'm going to say the wildest shit now, though.
Don't say it.
Relax.
You say you're gonna say some wild shit.
I'm gonna say it because it's something you've been saying for years now. So now that he's under contract, you can move him to the left.
Knock on some fucking wood, kids, before you even finish the statement.
Relax. I said you could put him on
some goddamn wood, bro. Find some wood.
What's wrong with that? I don't need wood for that.
Find some wood, man.
I'm just saying. He's under contract. You can move him over to the left-hand side and let Theo.
That's why I was worried, because you was gonna say some shit like that.
Well, two things. One, if he decided that he wanted to play the left side, I'm sure he would be the starting left tackle. But also, it would be kind of dirty pool to be like, yeah, we signed you at paid right tackle money. Now we switch you to left
This
tackle
is
where
why
it's
you
not
can.
as
This
paid
is
right tackle
exactly
money.
what I'm saying. Now that he signed for right tackle money, you could move him over to left.
Come on, kid. Come on. Don't dirty.
Am I a jerk for saying that?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Call me a jerk. It just
sorry, you need some of them a bit.
It popped into my mind, man. No man been saying it, but part of the reason why you can't, why they wouldn't want to even consider that is because of left tackle money. But he now on the contract for 4 years.
Oh, he
and
got
they
left
can't
tackle money.
figure out.
So
They
you
got
talking about
can't get
Ryan
right and
Pope
ain't
the bait and
can't do
switching,
right
man?
over there. Huh?
Yeah, you can't be baiting and switching players.
Sure you can. When they on the contract, you can do all kinds of shit. Right?
Oh, you would not be a benevolent master.
I certainly would, but not I might not be a benevolent GM. So there's a bit of a different story. I'm just saying it might be the fix to your left tackle situation.
Well, let me graduate the conversation to where you're headed, but give me a minute before we get there.
Sure.
I think where do you remember the whole image that I put out there? There's a short out there that we put out called The Right Side. And I was being, facetious when I said it. And when we got Jonah and Darnell together, I knew that was going to be a powerful run block combination. And I go look at the Nomad Network homepage on YouTube and go put in the words The Right Side and see what short comes up. And that was now a year and a half ago. And see what we were saying then. And we were absolutely right. That was going to be the dominant side of this attack. And they know it. And so they've invested that much money into this guy, basically the Punisher, him and Jonah Jackson. And we got to have them two going to keep this thing where we need to go. I'm telling you, these two cats, there's nothing you can do about them two, number one, when they want to run the ball. Two, you got three tight ends that you can hurt a defense with on top of that.
Hurt.
A couple of running backs that can hurt you behind them, and a quarterback that can sling that thing 80 yards. We got the shit, man. We got the shit right now. And I told you, this dude right here is the epitome of everything we want to do.
Well,
tack him on the ground, if nothing else. Try to defend that 13 personnel if you want to with some small dudes. And watch they jam your ass up with the running game.
I'm just saying, if they
man,
can't,
did you see Papa Large out there?
No.
Well, he was mauling. So I mean, the support is there. We'll be all right.
We'll have to see.
Thank
you,
Juju.
That's a big question mark as far as the offense is concerned. Once more, I'm not too worried about Darnell.
Hold on for a second, Cass, because Juju's going to the practice tomorrow. Juju, turn on the phone. Number one. Number two, let me put up. I'm gonna keep talking, kids. I'm gonna put up the email address so that if you want to give us some footage and we can play it on the next show, put it in there, man. But keep talking, kids.
Oh, that'd be awesome, Juju. Yeah, if you can capture anything while you're live and direct, we'll throw it up, man. Including commentary if you want to add commentary there too. That'd be great. That would be super cool. But yeah, man. Like I say, I'm not hate to hear the Darnell went out. Hope his arm's all right. And you're probably both right in with respect to him getting potential surgery in the off season if it's required. But I'm not too worried about it. Say less. I'll do what I can for sure. I appreciate that, man.
It'll be on the show, Juju. All you gotta do is record it, bro.
Yeah, you throw it at us. Send an email to Nomad at the address there, and we'll get you a link to the drive so you can just upload it and away we go. Juju on location. God love it. That's super cool.
I'm loving that.
Not too worried about Darnell, man. I'm not surprised you brought it up, but I'm really not too worried. I'm strangely just hopeful and optimistic, which is not necessarily the the Kids Canuck thing. but I am.
I'm working on him, no maniacs. I'm trying to get him a little more optimistic about everything.
Oh, I'm not. I'm no optimist. Screw that shit. No. But in this situation, I am. I don't. It doesn't. I'm not really not worried about this particular player. I think he's a superstar, and his level of availability has been, he's been super available for this team, and I think that continues even through this injury.
All right. Next conversation we got to get to is some of the more obvious. This is going crazy in Bears media. There's talk that Javon Dexter is on the trade block. Now let me put two and two together for you all. What was being said was, okay, day before yesterday. Well, it was actually yesterday. Yesterday, they were in a one of the better, more physical practices that they had, and at some point, Javon came off the field with something. Nobody seems to know exactly what it was, and he ended up in the locker room. Simultaneously, Jordan Schultz puts on Twitter that there's conversation about Darnell Wright in trade talks, multiple teams.
Javon Dexter.
Javon Dexter, my bad. And that's it. And where we go from here is going to be interesting because I don't know really what to make of it. It could have just been the same conversations were being had during the draft or before the draft. And everybody wants to equate the performance of Jordan Vandenberg to whether or not you want to trade Javon Dexter or not. What I hadn't heard one person, and I've heard some qualified football people talk about this, and it seems to me like they're following the road of whatever the podcasters are saying right now. They're just going to repeat it instead of you putting your football. I'm talking about football people putting your football head on. Put that freaking hat on and listen to what you're saying. You're saying that just because Jordan Vandenberg has been performing in your mind in camp, that they're going to trade a whole starting nose guard, keyword nose guard. If they trade him, they trade him. But Jordan Vandenberg and Javon Dexter don't play the same position right now. Let me say that one more time. Javon Dexter is a nose guard. Jordan Vandenberg is a three technique, rotating in with different three techniques. Javon is in a different position than he was in the past 3 years. So know that first before we start the conversation. If they're going to trade him, I think if they're prioritizing who they want to pay with their budget coming up, I can understand where they're going here. And it makes sense to me.
Well, that's what they're doing. And they've got 8 DTs right now, and that's including Shamar and Dale. There's a lot of humanity at this position. And I think it has a lot less to do with the potential. Paul's saying what I'm saying, right, Paul? Like, it's not really just the potential of Jordan Vandenberg. It has a lot to do with fit in scheme. And I don't know if this guy potentially fits in the scheme to the degree that you want.
Fit. He wouldn't be a starter.
Well, yeah, he would.
No, he would.
Yeah, he would.
No, he would.
Yeah, he would. Because, all right.
He's on a rookie contract. If he didn't fit, they've been got rid of his ass.
Well, is he coming off of that rookie contract?
He's a second-round pick, bro. Like, they already gave up on the third-round pick.
Think that shit matters to Ben Johnson?
No, but it matters to Ryan Poles, and it also matters, like, how it matters to Ben Johnson is that Ben Johnson's been stacking up on offense for 2 drafts. There really hasn't been, a lot of attention paid to the other side of the ball, as we've well established. DA hasn't got his groceries yet, really, right? So this is leftover from the last regime, working into a contract season. Didn't do terribly over the course of the last few seasons. Has he played in the manner under which we would have all liked, I'm gonna say probably not. I think that's might be a collective thought from a Bears fan perspective. But
Check
that
out
doesn't mean
Samo. Check out Samo. Samo is more on point than anything that's happening in this conversation.
well, this
And
is
that's
where I'm
why I
going. I
said
said there's 8 guys, bro.
you think Vandenberg? People think that
I never said that.
Vandenberg is the reason. That ain't the reason.
That's
Well, I
what,
mean, he's
that's what I
part
said.
of the reason.
No,
There's
not
8
really.
guys there, man. Right now, you can't. They're not gonna.
There's
keep
only
all-
two of those guys that are capable of holding down the nose.
Who are those?
Vandenberg ain't one of them.
So you're talking about Gallimore, who they just paid
And Loving.
relatively
And,
low.
no, Kentavia Street, Loving, and Gallimore. Those three.
So then 3
Those
guys.
3 people, yeah.
Same
Well, there you
token,
go.
2 out of those 3 are being paid relatively low in comparison.
Gallimore, you don't want to have in the nose rotation because he's way better as a 3 technique. If you have to play Gallimore at nose, then you really losing your advantage of his speed and quickness, which is his superpower. And so I still go down to 2. There's Kentavia Street, who you still would lose something putting him at nose. So really the only guy here that if you want to move on, the guy that you want to keep your eye on is Jaden Loving.
So
Those other guys are in the 3 technique rotation.
and that's fair. Mind you, if you look at that line, if you look at that room, who else could they potentially trade and gain something for? Just from a if you baseline it, as opposed to looking at whether there's going to be a nose tackle or who's going to play nose tackle. Is there anybody else outside of just a clean cut that they could trade out of the DT room and gain potentially a player or draft capital for?
Javon is it.
He's the guy.
Yeah.
It's an unfortunate reality. He's the one player on that line that isn't commanding a massive contract now that somebody else would have to swallow, isn't over 30 years old, and has played relatively well for his last 2 years.
Yeah, he's gonna get a nice payday wherever he is.
Yeah.
But even though he is at this position for the Bears, if he's still not a Dennis Allen fit, then
He's not a Dennis
then
Allen
he's not a
fit.
fit. And so if they can get Loving or Street or whoever they like to to fill that role within that rotation, and then just looking at it from the asset perspective, 24 years old, he's a veteran, he's good at what he does, but he's limited at what he's limited at. And so you gotta change it over, but it's just very funny in a funny way to hear people say, well, Ryan Poles needs to fix the defensive line. Rumors, Gervon Dexter may be on a trade market. What the hell is Ryan Poles doing? It's like, well, shit. I mean, what you want him to fix it, or you want to keep all the same people? So I mean, if you want to fix it, sometimes you gotta change faces. I mean, it's not personal; it's just a player movement thing, contract, fit, all of that. And at this point, there are viable options according to this coaching staff.
This guy's next contract is at a minimum going to heed about anywhere between 12 to 15 million. And that's at the low end of the spectrum because defensive tackles are getting paid right.
Be a bit larger than that. I've heard something in and around maybe 40, which is crazy. Like he actually grades out a lot better than any of us give him credit for. Even then, and like the reason we don't give him credit is because he's not a penetrator. He doesn't get into the backfield or have the get off that we were hoping he would grow over time. It's just what it is. But that doesn't mean he's a bad player. Right. Like it doesn't. And when in comparison to others at his position, he's actually really good. So with all that being said, I've been alluding to this in one capacity or the next for the past couple of weeks. I just want to say it as well. Like I've kind of been leaning towards this. I really didn't see them you know, getting to a situation where they pay this particular player, unless he blows up camp or they couldn't find a trade partner. And right now, I think that's really where they are, and it might have a lot to do with injury as well. And they feel that they might be able to do something to address some of that attrition, by again making a move with this particular player in a very crowded room, as a part of the 53 cut down.
And
Hey,
then
Cornelius,
the
hold on, Trips, because I think Cornelius mentioned earlier in the chat that somebody made a note of the agent was out there, just happened to be out there that day in practice. That was Drew Rosenhaus, who's probably agent to about 15 or 20 of them dudes that's on that.
That is true. Yeah.
he out there looking at his money.
Yeah.
Well, he's just
All
doing
right,
his
but
work.
what the last point I want to make about Javon is not specifically about him, but it's the fact that talent wise, we're not used to. Well, you just can't trade away good players, and it's like, yeah, we can, because we want better players, and then we want the best players. See what I did there, kids? And so we have to not be afraid to make moves. It's like, yeah, he's good, but he's not what we need. There was some chart that showed that some analytical nerd number thing that Big Dex was high in certain categories, like the Jomo kid and other defensive tackles. And it's like, cool, but as a fan base, we've seen what he has. And it's not that he's bad, like you said, Kaz, and it's not that he's a disappointment, but it's kind of like, yeah, he's kind of not what we need. He's good, but it's cool if he can be part of a package, whether it be for a pick, because in the 2027 draft the Bears are down a pick, so they want to recoup that, however high that may be, or if it's him in a package, with a pick for another player, whatever that may be. So whatever happens, I'm trusting the staff to do it. And if he is traded, cool. And if he is on a team, cool.
So
Go ahead,
just
kid.
yeah, just to follow up on your comment there, Nomad, about Drew Rosenhaus. Um, if Rosenhaus is in the house, I can guarantee somebody, the wheels are turning, right? Somebody's probably having a bit of a conversation with respect to other players.
And you know what, kids? It also might be this is that time of the season where the players that he has on his agenda, this is the time when shit starts to happen, and he needs to be in personal conversation with some of the key pieces that are going to keep that conversation happening. And that could have been anybody. That was at the joint practice when Rosenhaus was there.
This is it, right? This is smack in the middle of you getting towards whittling the team down 40 players. Here's one of the most connected agents in the game walking around your stadium. Hey, Drew, what do you think we do? We've got 8 guys in this room. Oh snap! I know about 6 teams that are looking for a high
Hey,
top
kids,
shelf DT.
also let's not forget that I'm sure there is contract discussions happening.
Oh yeah, it's like, what kind of number are you looking for? For his extension.
Well, they don't even have to have that conversation right now, and they probably shouldn't, because you in this situation
You want an idea.
well, they have an idea. You actually want to put him, like, if you're planning on keeping him and paying him, you want to put him out there on the field for the next 3 months, get an idea around November, and then pay the kid and extend him in November. All right, like you're blowing up now. Cool. Let's give you a high end deal, or you shit the bed. Let's give you like some along the lines of that 12 that we were talking about earlier on, right? 12 to 15. Like this is sort of where we are. Or you jump the gun, you move him out. If he's not a fit for the defense, he's not a fit, and you find yourself something that it helps you improve, whether that is, as opposed to getting capital back, paying capital for a high caliber mercenary Max Crosby type, or capital in the next year's draft to really get after it in 2027. Another thing to be noted very clearly is just like we are also getting towards, that Caleb conversation. So you want to do what you need to do to make sure the books look right before you get there. And this might be one of those moves that you have to make, especially if, again, like, to bring Jordan Vandenberg into the conversation. He's not a rookie deal for the next 4 years, right? Like he's not making a lot of money. um Contavious,
Hell, Jaden Loving, UDFA.
none of
Well,
these
hold
guys
on.
are making a lot of money or have the potential to do so over the course of the next couple of years.
Well, let's go where everybody wants to talk. And let me start this conversation by breaking down what I've seen in this preseason with Jordan Vandenberg. He's exactly what I thought he was. Absolutely violent at the line of scrimmage. Just the funny thing is, and I hope Sean. I was talking to Sean the other day, man, and he wanted me to come on the show, but I just been busy in the mornings.
Sean
And
Sierra, Superbat.
The
yeah, the
super
super bet. I'm gonna get on the show probably between Thursday and Friday,
Man,
hopefully.
what time his show be coming on? Like 6:30, butt crack
Mhm.
of dawn in the morning.
I think at about 9 Central.
he
Oh,
early,
okay.
man.
Yeah, and right now I'm moving around in the mornings, trying to take care of finances and shit like that. But I'm gonna squeeze in and get on there. And one of the things that we were talking about, in our private conversation, it was like damn near we were doing a podcast, but he wanted to talk about Jordan. And I told him, I was just like, man, you love this guy's tape at Georgia Tech. But I told Sean, I was just like, man, the thing that stuck out to me was how raw he is, and just ain't really no technique there. There's a hump under move and a club down and a club up. That's just basic caveman defensive tackle technique. Everyone should have that. Some violence off the ball, club down, club up technique to get blockers off of you. Everybody should. And I'm not trying to put him down. It is not refined.
Of course it isn't, though, and that's
And then
that's where
Nor should it
let me,
be.
let me let me finish what I'm trying to say here. And also, I told him, I was like, his upside is so tremendous. I mean, if he can stay healthy with that kind of physical play, we got something here in Chicago. But let me take it to the other degree of what I've seen on tape so far in preseason. Number one, just remember this is preseason. This ain't regular season football where you're dealing with top-notch guys. This ain't that. And so excited as we are, I just want to make sure everybody keeps it in perspective. This is the preseason. He's not dealing with ones yet. Ones in the regular season. And when he does, that's a different ball game. I want to see that. You know what I mean? And I do think he's capable of really expanding his game once he starts to see that level of competition. The worst thing I can tell you about Jordan Vandenberg in this preseason that I saw, he probably was on the ground too much. And Samo can tell you this right now. It's not chronic, but that's some shit they got to work on with him. Is staying upright and off the ground, because once you're on the ground, it takes probably a half a second or a whole second before you completely out the play. He's got to stay upright. That's just an observation I saw watching him play. Is stay upright, man. Stay off that damn ground. He was on the ground a few times. I'm just like, dude, stay off the ground. But that's that fight, man. That's that fight in him. And he's attacking the line of scrimmage. And sometimes he loses and he'll get clubbed to the ground or just slip and fall. But whatever it is, that's definitely something Dennis Allen and his coaches are telling him. Stay the fuck off the ground. He learns that this dude's gonna be a beast.
well, this is a kid from South Africa who played more rugby, if anything. Like this is like his third or maybe fourth sport. you know, as far as testing out just the general plethora of sports out there. To think that he has the get off that he has and the motor that he has is it's a beautiful thing to see. Is he raw? F yeah. Again, he's only been playing football for a little bit. That speaks to that upside you brought up a minute ago. That his upside is potentially astronomical. You give this guy some tools to put in his bag, and add that to the motor that we are seeing, add that to the ferocity that we're seeing, as well as the speed. My opinion, with the right tutelage, he can really be an MF in to respective offensive lines, right? Like this is what I'm saying.
Well, to that point, to piggyback a little bit, Grady Jarrett has taken the young JVDB under his wing.
Yeah.
He's, from day one, he's praised Jordan Vandenberg on his acceptiveness to coaching tips, from coaches as well as from his teammate of Grady. He's always with him, on the sidelines. He's coaching him up. He's, saying, well, I saw this. Well, here's what you look for. All of those veteran wisdom that they pass on to the younger gen. So, I appreciate Grady for doing that. And as far as Vandenberg goes, I'm gonna steal a comment from the Bungles post game show from Coach Tripping when he said that he appreciates Vandenberg's hustle, but on that diving play out of bounds chasing the quarterback, had he made contact, that's a 15-yard penalty. So we're gonna have to stow that shit.
Because he
You know
launched.
what I mean? We have to contain that.
One of the new rules that came out is not such a new rule. The refs will be emphasizing horse collar, hip drop, and launching at players. And so basically, when you leave your feet in a lateral position to strike a player, which is what Jordan did, that's what Trips is talking about. That's a 15-yard penalty if he connects.
Yeah. So, and if they have 3 of those penalties, they're suspended for 1 game.
Well,
new rule.
It's going to be a depth piece right now in a rotation. Trip to piggyback on where you were with Grady. My boy Neville been helping this guy too, man. So there's you know what I'm saying? There's this kid's getting some love in the building, and I think if they can nurture him and point him in the right direction, which I believe that they will be able to do, I'll be honest here. So I think this coaching staff is awesome.
That'd be nice.
I think they can do some real good stuff.
That's country D nice.
Yeah. Yeah, check your
and
show
now
out.
his comment, kids. No, Matt, what do you think? If we can get some Chris Hovan out of JVB, we hit. Good comp?
I don't remember Chris Hovan.
Me either.
Well, shit, that's why I was asking y'all.
And the name, I remember the name. I don't remember the play.
Okay, well, we got to do a little research. All right, but look at shit, Country D Nice coming in here like he knows some ball or some shit.
Yeah,
he knows some ball now.
Not only that, he's bringing up a player from
you might be kicking.
Me and Chris Hovan about.
If it's the same Chris Hovan you're thinking about, man, we might be kicking Jordan Vandenberg in the ball.
But I'll pull it up and that's what came up. Goddamn mugshot.
Yeah, that police. Come get this.
That's the first picture that came up.
Police, come get this mother. In him.
Yeah, like I say, I'm not kicking. I'm not the guy that's kicking Javon Dexter to the curb for Jordan Vandenberg. But I think he is a bargain basement talent with immense upside that is impressing folks in a room that's super crowded.
I remember that dude, that annoying dude for the Vikings. He was a try-hard guy, but not talented. I think Jordan Vandenberg has more athletic talent and skill and upside. You know, Hovan was just kind of a nasty guy.
So
Hence the mugshot.
let me tell you, I'm gonna try to break it down while we have Jordan Vandenberg on the screen. What technique they're trying to instill, and I think it's working very well per all the reports I'm hearing out of this camp. It is consistent across the board. Because you remember when we was talking about how much influence these new tackles they signed before we even got Jordan Vandenberg. We was talking about Contavious Street, Neville, Jordan Lynch, and everybody was just listening to me like, no man, what are you talking about? They've been on every team. They just some players. Yeah, on the surface. But when Dennis Allen is teaching this technique of get a win off the line of scrimmage, get that pocket push back, be the winner off the line of scrimmage. You be the one taking the fight to the offensive lineman consistently. Not just Jordan Vandenberg, but everybody on that defensive front is taking it to the offensive line in everything that I'm looking at. They are taking it to offensive lines. And I'm telling you, the talent that we have along this front, and we talked about this before. I think somebody asked me before. I don't know if it was Trips or Kids. What do I think about this defensive line? I told you then, and I'm telling you now, it's markedly improved in a way that we can't really see right now, that we're going to have to put it in-game action for people to see it. I remember having a conversation. I just don't know who directly I was having it with. And then you hear Ben Johnson get asked a question on the podium. Is there a group on the team that really, really sticks out to you as much more improved? And that's exactly what he said. He was like the D line. He was like, people don't know how good this is going to look. This is an impressive group. But shout out to the Nomad Network, Kids Canuck, and Sports Chicago Style for being ahead of that shit. That's exactly what we've been talking about over here for months since we got these guys.
Well, that interior, as folks could see in these last two preseason games, it does look much better. You know, I'm not even gonna say what I was gonna say. I'm gonna ignore it. But it does look much better. We'll see what it looks like when it's actually prime time. But this kid here, man, he impresses. Raw as all hell. Needs to learn a couple of things, a couple of tricks. But once he gets them, look out, man.
Yeah, you're right, Bear Truth. It is more than that, but that's the initial win that you got to get. Is get off that line, get a win there. And reading the keys and understanding what's in front of you, that's pre-snap. Yeah, so you get that win, you're going to get that win just by your intellect. If you've done your homework and you know this offensive line and how they set up, you're going to get that win before you even get the second one, which is getting off the ball fast. You're going to know that ahead of time.
Well, it looked like it's going the other way. It looks like he's getting off the ball fast without really knowing all that stuff. I think he's got a little ways to go.
He knows more than you think. I mean, he's reading splits. He's reading tightness of splits, the width of splits, the kind of formation they're in, the down and distance. All of that is a key to how you need to fire. Let's just say he's supposed to fire the B gap and do it closer to, let's just say closer to the center than the guard. How they split, how tight their splits is going to give him a key whether or not he needs to line up closer to the guard or the center to be able to shoot that gap. Those are keys for him. Well, the only reason I know this stuff is because I had to learn the whole defense to understand why the calls were the calls.
No, it makes perfect sense to me. I'm just a little surprised that he's processing that shit now. Right? Like if he's processing that stuff this early, that's a very good sign, my friend. Right? Like that's a very good sign. We're not just talking about
that's the thing, kids. We know that Vandenberg came from Georgia Tech, you know, which isn't, you know, the big feeder school or big name school. They're known for running a triple option, for NCAA football. But he was, prior to that, he was at Penn State. Now, granted, Penn State's a whole nother thing. They got their issues, for decades, even to this day. But Penn State is a bigger program. So he was there for like 3 years. And I don't know what went down or why he didn't progress there or whatever. So he does have,
New at football.
Some pedigree. Yeah, okay.
He has some pedigree, even though he is from rugby. So he has had some coaching up, beyond Georgia Tech, not to disparage Georgia Tech, but, from a bigger program.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Just being new at football. Can you imagine being a person that's coming from another country, and people from another country are coming to, well, you're being recruited because of your physique, your ability, your physical ability to play a game that you know nothing about really, or you're not even interested in. And they're telling you that your traits and what you can bring to the table physically translates very well to the game that you can make a lot of money with playing in the United States. And this is basically Jordan Vandenberg's story.
It's a good story, man. You can get that USD.
Well,
bro.
hold on. Let me add some nuance to it, because I heard this today, that when Vandenberg was getting into football, he was playing linebacker, right, Nomad? And he was flying around. But they said, hey, you want to make the money, put on 60 pounds, play defensive line.
I think you might be right. I think I did hear that. And then he got to school and they told him to bulk up. You're going to play D-line.
Yeah. 60 pounds he put on.
And he just went to Popeyes, man.
So that athletic profile underneath that 60 pounds is a linebacker. You know what I mean? So it's that on the defensive line now, with the added weight, strength, and that intelligence coming from that second level, even though he's still, a baby to football, let's say.
Hey, Trips, what can the Golden Corral do for you?
It'll put you on the D line. It mess around, put you on the offensive line.
Yeah. But at the linebacker position, he's got to see the game a little bit differently, and that really speaks to then moving into the to the D line. Now you know what the responsibilities are back there, and how what you wanted the D lineman to do in front of you, right? Like it actually does make things easier for him to process. So that's good. That's good intel, man. I like that. That's very good intel.
I think the sky's the limit, and I'm knocking on wood because I don't want to jinx him. He is. I think he's got it all, man. He's got it all. He's just got to refine his tool bag, man. Yeah. And I told Sean, I was just like, dog, the dude is just out there off basically raw football, just aggressiveness and God. He's just leaning into God right now. That's all he got is Jesus. Right now, he ain't got no real tool bag, but that's coming.
Jesus in a mean streak, man. That's it.
Amen. Right about now, all we need is a strong back and a weak mind. That's all we need.
Mm-hmm. Jesus in a hot rod. What is that, ministry?
And I think he's got it all. But yeah, man, let's talk about some other guys, man, that we need to talk about. And I think we lightly discussed this guy before, but I don't know that we really did to the point we should. And you guys can tell me whether or not you think I am going. Where is this? Oh, here. This is a guy we need to keep an eye on in this last preseason game. Ruben Hippolyte. And I think somebody was just heaping praise on the linebacker group here early. And I think he might have been part of the conversation. But I do think his performance this week and whatever happens in this joint practice, I think the joint practice is probably more important for Ruben Hippolyte than whatever this preseason game produces. I might think that's crazy, but whatever happens privately in these sessions, in these drill sessions, and against this other team, might make the difference of whether Ruben Hippolyte makes the 53 or the practice squad or at all.
Yeah, that's kind of where I am with it. I don't think he's been showing out in any capacity. There's really no noise of that happening. We didn't see that in these 2 preseason games. He's kind of just there. He's fast as all stink though. Like, you know what I mean? Like he's fast, but there's a fair amount of speed increase across the board. Terrence ain't even playing. Terrence is saying straight up.
He just cut it straight out.
Damn, Terrence.
One time, Terrence don't care.
Yeah.
And Terrence, I don't think you're wrong, bro. I wish I could say that you were, but you're alluding to it, Nomad. You're saying basically he's got to do some things in this joint session and in the preseason game if given the opportunity to stay on this roster. And unfortunately, even then, I don't really see it. Like D Nice is saying he's a special teamer. I don't even know. Like, I guess maybe a gunner. You know what I mean? Like, I don't even know if you.
Hey kids, I got a part in here because I hate to even say this. This is his second year, man, and we're already talking about the guy might get cut. Let me tell you something. You have to have a talented effing football team in order for a guy that just got drafted previously a year ago that needs time to develop to be getting cut in his second year. That should tell you a bunch about how talented this team is.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't think he's on the bubble like that. I mean, Elliott of the Keyshawn variety, just came back to practice off the PUP list. Noah Sewell, as aforementioned, came back off of his injury, and I think they signed another linebacker.
Yeah, he's probably a camp body, Antonio something.
Okay, and so the possibilities there, Jack Hammer, Jack Sanborn's a special team guy, and so the speed of Hippolyte stands out. Second year of his rookie deal, so I mean he's cost effective. He's still developing. My only concern is his shoulders. Keep those things, healthy. The rest should fall into place.
They signed Antonio Greer.
Antonio Greer. There you go.
Antonio Greer.
I'm just gonna say, something I've said a couple of times. They had this kid waiting in the wings. All the linebacker starters went down last season. He got a couple of snaps, and then they went out and got other guys with him on the roster. Right? Those guys turned into future starters, and he still was waiting to get back on the field. So I don't know. I have a strange feeling that he just didn't put it down last year. Like, you got a whole season of watching this kid play to determine whether you can get him out there to add something to this squad. And similar things have been said about other players. I think Sewell was definitely one of those guys who needed to get an opportunity. Got it. Laid it down, proved the theory. A lot of niceness came from Noah Sewell. I ain't seen none of that from this guy.
Also, Tripp just mentioned Noah Sewell got brought up off the PUP, I believe.
Yeah, he's back.
Also, Elijah Hicks and another linebacker, Keyshawn Elliott, who we just drafted, got elevated off the PUP. And so they're trying to get these guys ready for the regular season. And Ruben Hippolyte has got a small window, man. If he makes this team, that means he's showing a whole lot more than what we can see on the surface.
Well, I think there was some kind of, maybe it's not, I want to read, between the lines, as it were. But when I think it was special teams coach Hightower propped up the play on the special teams of linebacker John Bradigan.
Oh yeah, he was going to do that.
So is that, what is that? I mean, is that to fire up, Hippolyte? It's like, you going to let this vet come in and take your job on special teams? Or is he just praising Bradigan? and is Radigan, a possibility to bubble out Hippolyte?
You was right the first time, Trip.
Was that?
He was right the first time.
Which one?
Is he there to put pressure on Ruben Hippolyte? You gonna let this dude come in here and take your food?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You want to eat or not?
I don't, and this is the question of the day. Does he? I'm not so sure he does. I haven't seen anything. I'm also not at practice. So unless he's shining in practice, and there are no reports of that going down, I think he's got a hard fight to stay on this team over the course of the next 2 weeks.
I like this guy, man, and
why?
I want to see what a Ruben Hippolyte with a little time in the system looks like. Healthy and running around banging like linebackers are supposed to do. But given the talent on this team, trust me, they're going to prioritize a veteran and a rookie before another guy that maybe they don't feel like they can wait on. You know what I mean? A linebacker, and I hate to even say this, but in this league, the way it's set up in the range, is a dime a dozen. There's a lot of linebackers in this league. A lot of linebackers that's playing in other leagues that should be playing in this league, but because there's only so many linebackers that can be kept, you got to be bad. You got to be a bad MF quick. That's unfortunate reality about the linebacker position.
All true statements and facts, and we went a solid year without seeing him being any of those things you just said quickly. So we're in year 2. Hopefully, he's showing that in camp.
All right, let's get to another player. I think somebody just brought him up. Who was that? 23rd. I got you, dog. 23rd in Texas. He says, "Hey man, what's up with Salvin Ahmed? Is he gonna make this team?" Now, this one pains me because I want this dude on this roster, and I do think it's gonna come down to who performs the best on special teams and who's the best pass protector. And I think Ben Johnson basically had a fraudulent slip at the presser.
What do you think?
Told you, and told everybody, you better pass protect and pass protect well. You better not have guys running through you, and you better get down there and be the goddamn devil on special teams. And that's what it's going to come down to.
Well, if I remember correctly, and for those of us, for you that joined us on the live call on the game reaction this past week with the Bungles, not only was the Caden Hudson, a wide receiver, a gunner on special teams, but number 36 running back Salvin Ahmed, and his willingness and ability to play special teams is another plus in his category for pros and making the team. I haven't seen him personally pass block, so I don't know how that goes, but I know his ability and his speed, his vision, his cutting ability. He can be a home run hitter more so than like Rojo.
Trips, he's the second most talented running back on this team. But
I mean, that's all I'm saying. So if it's a bubble situation, because now Roschon Johnson, he is this contract year for him, right?
Yeah.
And so what he does, he puts his head down and he runs straight forward. All right. But special teams is where he made his mark on the team. But if Ahmed can do that, welcome to the team, Mr. Ahmed.
Look at Trey Mack from TSP. He says Hippolyte is making this team. Stop playing. I hope so. I hope so, Trey Mack. Shit. I want him to make the team. What I was speaking to is the urgency of the position. Like, you got to get out. Like, real fast and real quick, and before they get another linebacker to come and do it. That's just all it is to the NFL. You got to get out at that position. You better get out quick. So yeah, but Salvin Ahmed, Oh, yeah, like he is the second most talented running back in this camp. That includes our number 2. He is the second
Kyle
most.
Monangai.
Yes, he's the second most talented guy in this camp. But even that kind of talent has to do other things that forces their hand to keep him on this 53. He has to. And they're gonna probably put him in some situations early and often to pass protect just to see one last time, can you do this? And if he can, Roshan Johnson ain't safe.
Oh yeah, because if you look at the skill set, Ahmed is swift, whereas Roshan Johnson is Mananga. And so if Ahmed can do the special teams, this wanting to put up 40 points per game, I'm thinking is going to take the home run hitter possibility, weapon on offense and special teams over the 3 yards in a cloud of dust, and hopefully you don't get concussed. So it's gonna come down to the pass protection. If that is the deciding factor, if Ahmed can stand tall and keep T-Bag protected, because I saw that he was back, or Case Keenum, he's gonna get I think the final boost he needs to put him over the hump.
I think we need to keep this guy, man. And to be honest with you, being that it's Ben Johnson that's going to make the final decision, this guy, all you need to do is perform extremely well in pass protection in that aspect of the game. You'll slide a little bit and get away with a little bit if you ain't top flight on special teams. Ben Johnson will overrule that because you showed him that you'll stamp him MF in pass protection. He'll override Hightower to make sure you get on this roster. But you gotta pass protect and make it clear that I'm not gonna shy away, I'm not gonna wilt, I'm not gonna fold. I'm gonna stamp anybody that's coming through here. I'm gonna know my assignments. That's what you're gonna have to do to make the team, Salvin Ahmed. Perform in pass protection, show Ben Johnson you can do that, and you make Roshan Johnson expendable.
Because also, sorry to cut you off, kids, but on the coaching staff, running back coach Stutesville, his vote's going to Ahmed, because that he's got history with him.
Look at D Nice.
Oh, come on, country D Nice.
D Nice ain't playing, man.
You got blackmail going on here.
That's what he might need if this dude can pass protect. If Salvin Ahmed can pass protect, he gonna need some pitches and some strange activities to keep the spot.
I'm just saying.
He wild.
Roshan got a lot of run. They sacked Khalil Herbert for weeks, and I can't forget how Nomad and I were like, what are they doing? Like, why isn't Khalil even involved in this offense? And they just sat him until eventually they let him walk. They traded him off for peanuts, and that was the end of Khalil Herbert. In that time, Roshan Johnson got all the run he could possibly get, and he did absolutely nothing with it. Now, we look at him last season, he really didn't get much run at all. Mononga burst onto the scene, gangbusters, and took that brass ring and never dropped it. Here we are again. Mononga is a little bit hurt, so we need to evaluate and potentially a contract year. And I don't know if anybody else can really say that he like overtly impressed. Did he get in the end zone? Yeah. Did he have some 10 to 12 yard rushes here and there? Yeah, he actually did. Like I'm talking about Roshan. But y'all want to pay that at some point? That's crazy to me. Because Salvin has the ear of the running back coach, I still feel like he's ahead, but the valid points of just flat out having a special teamer who can potentially pass protect once in a while makes sense, except for this, and this is the one part that I somebody will have to explain to me. When Roshan is on the field, 99% of the time, it's going to be a pass. Like I'm just saying, it's literally telegraphing pass. He's there for pass protection, not really gonna run the ball. So, is that what's gonna happen? Right? We're just gonna telegraph that we're passing by putting this player on the field.
I explain that a little bit.
Sure.
When you have certain downs and distances, and you need to have, like, let's just say max protect. For those who don't know what that means, that means exactly what it sounds like. You got maximum pass protection going on. So every guy that you can have on the field to protect the quarterback, you're going to put him on the field. That means maximum tight ends, maximum. You get a running back. So if you put maximum tight ends, you got 13 personnel on a running back, and so that could be a max protect for some teams. And in the other teams, it could be something different. But for this team, it's definitely the tight ends and a running back. And so that running back is the last line of defense. When the quarterback gets to the top of his progression and he's ready to let that ball loose, do you have that last line of protection to keep that defender off of you? And so when you're a team that runs a lot of 13 personnel, and you start thinking about some of them concepts when you get in those tight spots and you got to get a throw to a guy that can make a play, you start thinking about that. And so when Kez is saying what he just said, my response to it is you better make sure you got a guy that can stamp a streaming linebacker on a delayed blitz, or a streaming safety that's on a delayed blitz, stop him right in his tracks so that quarterback can deliver that ball on that critical down. That's what a coach thinks. That a good enough explanation?
No, it's an explanation. I've potential counters, but I don't care to counter. In any event, I don't know. We've held a guy on this team in the running back room as a dedicated special teamer for the last few years. We may just wind up doing it again. In my opinion, if that's really his purpose, you keep both of them. But
injuries could force hands anyway. It could be some of that going on.
Well, look at just the example. If you know Swift is your number one, Manungai is your number two. All right, who would you rather have a backup for?
Well,
you need.
This guy's not a backup for either. Is it?
Well, no, but the skill set. Which skill set would you prefer to have more of? The speedy, shifty guy, or the more power guy?
You definitely need more power.
Well, if it's more power, then that would be more Roshan, then, right?
I mean, depending on how they're looking at it in Hallis Hall, that could be just it. Again, like I said, Salvin Ahmed could be doing way more than we know right now, and making this whole conversation a little more tedious than we know.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna throw a monkey wrench into the mix here because of the specific position that we're talking about. Do y'all not feel that, like, given the cut down of 53, another viable running back may find himself on the outside looking for a job?
Well, they're going to be I don't like the way that the cut down day is just one day, August 30th, as opposed to parsing it out over a few weeks, because now on August, 31st, you get several hundred street free agents. And now they've already started shaking loose. I saw Corny in the chat mention Arizona's Trey Benson. And he's like, well, we should bring him up. And it's like, well, Corny, you old as fuck, but your knees are still better than Trey Benson's. And so there's going to be a lot of that going on, because guys that aren't healthy, or is like they used to have a name, a lot of them are going to be on the street at one time. Yep. And so it's going to come down to the scouting departments, specifically Stutesville or Johnson, Poles, that have had their eye on X player, this case a running back, And if he shakes free, it's like, oh, this dude's available now. We were scheming on him before but couldn't get him. Then that's who they would bring in. Other than that, I don't know.
I throw another little wrinkle into that. Because we don't know what week to week means for Kyle Monangai, because we don't know what that means, Kyle Monangai could be back next week and we won't even need to have this conversation. But if not, guess what? I guarantee you them coaches ain't looking for no running back off the streets to be a number 2. Guarantee you that. They just went through a whole camp and installing shit, making sure everybody knows this, to check that. Everybody knows everything. And don't forget the information aspect of this ain't no plug and play. They're going to roll with the guys that they have until Kyle Monangai gets to where he needs to get to. And then things could change after that. But right now, all the work that had to go into this camp and get everybody ready for this new offense, trust me, ain't no running back on the street. With Kyle Monangai down, they're looking to replace at a number 2. I don't think so. It's too many things to think about.
I don't really think there will really be a quote unquote replacement number 2. I think Monangai will get back and run the show. The reality to me is, I'm not sure that either one of these backs are the best potential selection or choice. If they're comfortable with them, if he's a special teamer and they feel they need special team help and pass protect help from Roschon, he may just get the win. I still would not be surprised if both of these guys actually make the squad, mainly because Monangai is down and Salvin Ahmed is a viable backup with a more similar skill set to what you're losing than Roschon provides.
All right. We'll have more conversation after this next preseason game and after this joint practice to see where this is at, because this could be kind of fluid right here. But another fluid thing is, and I know the reason why, Xavier Woods, and again, we just elevated Elijah Hicks off the pup. And, from right now, Cam Lewis is getting first team reps with, the first team. He's getting, and I know why, and I'm going to explain to you. We just got this guy like yesterday, Xavier Woods. Cam Lewis has had a whole camp. Now, as you're ramping up, getting ready for the season, guess what? It's really not even fair for Xavier Woods for us to give a real comparison. He should be the starter. He's the better safety. Let's just be clear about that. Xavier Woods is the better safety of the two. It's like two different categories as far as the play is concerned. He's a lot better than Cam Lewis, but I can see why he's behind the 8 ball. He just got into this camp. Cam Lewis has been here since the beginning. And so eventually, this is going to be, in my opinion, Xavier Woods' job. But he's not up to speed yet. That's why they're giving Cam Lewis the run with the ones. I think that's the only reason.
I'll go, kids, because I can see you're all hot and bothered about this topic right here. Xavier Woods, I don't know what he looks like because we haven't really seen him, and I understand that, of course, Kobe Bryant going down. This is the pivot for that. This is the audible for that, and so he's a vet. He understands what Dennis Allen wants him to do. He's seen it, theoretically and throughout his experience. So if he can come in and just be the quote unquote stopgap, that we need, cool.
Yeah. I understand the Cam Lewis thing. Like at this point, given just what's been going on at that position, yes, yeah, Terrence, Cam can play multiple positions, and you probably want him to get a full understanding of what that safety role is, right? Because bodies are dropping. So you might wind up being the safety number one. You might wind up playing safety most often this season. It's hard to say, but
Well, wasn't he coming in projected to be like the nickelback too?
well, this is nobody. Let's just throw Cam Lewis at the problem, right? Like that's kind of where we are. If it's nickelback, we're gonna throw Cam Lewis over there. If it's safety, we're gonna throw him over there. Cam Lewis is do it all from the Lords of the Underground. And anyhow, I'm fine with that. You give him that opportunity just to train up in worst case scenario. Which is why Malik Muhammad's been sort of in the slot, and there's been other bodies in the slot, Beanie Bishop, etc., to give them some run there. But I expect if Elijah Hicks is healthy, and if Xavier Woods is healthy, they're going to slide Cam right down into that nickel spot and go, okay, so we've given the other guys a bunch of run. We need to give you some run because once again, you might be playing the most nickel this season outside of outside of whoever the starter might be.
Hey, shout out to Crimson. He got to bounce out, man. Hey, peace be with you. Sleep well, bro. Take care of your business tomorrow.
Right on, Crimson. Thanks for tuning in. Grazie.
Also, I just wanted to put this out there. I think the front runner for now on the depth chart, this guy is a strong safety. Now, it might stay that way. He might be just a backup to Dylan Thieneman. They want to give him all the run he can get. But under the circumstances, if we had him healthy through the entire camp, I don't know that we make that move for Elijah Hicks. Woods, Xavier Woods. I don't know that we make that move, but we had to make that move because this guy wasn't available. And I think this guy is going to be a pivotal player at some point this year. Elijah Hicks is going to be on that field. Now he's got you talking about upper hand, his knowledge of the system. He's been here since the beginning. He just couldn't really get out there and play in this camp. I think he was out there for a week and then something happened. And so don't forget this guy is going to be available here for us soon. I really like his play more recently the last year. I think he's just progressed, man. He's just progressed as a safety, and I just think he needs opportunity. Elijah Hicks is going to be a guy we can count on this year.
Well, I'll be a little frank here. I hope we don't have to count on him. Either way, though, he needs to get a bunch of reps at the safety position just to make sure.
Right on, Country D Nice.
All right, D.
Just to make sure that, much like Cam Lewis, we have that position sewn up. Because again, who knows? Injuries happen. Bunch of injuries already at the position. He may have to step in a pinch. Cam Lewis may have to step in a pinch. And like knock on wood, Xavier Woods is fine through the whole season, right? So let's get this guy lathered up and make sure they know what he can bring to the table, and that he knows that what they're looking for as well.
Yeah, I think obviously Ryan Poles brought him back for a free agent contract, 1-year deal. He was a UDFA. So he's been working. We see him show up on special teams. Because of injuries, he was on the field a little bit last year. And he kind of looked like he was, really trying hard, but it was like he was the little brother out there playing with the big brothers. And it was like, oh, look at him go. But now he's older, he's mature on the field as well. I think he got married and had a baby or something. So he's getting that grown man strength coming in as he ages. So the ability to play the actual defense, aside from special teams, the runway's there because of injuries. But he was derailed because of his own little something. But if he can come back and show, that he's learned, that he's progressed, that he's developed, the positioning and the in and out of the lineup. I'm sure that they're going to keep guys fresh. So he'll be in a safety rotation. And it's just, how will he look?
I'll tell you another thing, too. Just to roll through some of these guys. These guys look good. Skylar Thomas has looked good out there in a limited opportunity. Again, he's playing against preseason football players, and you can read as much into that as you want to, and some people might not see it as much. And I'm probably one of those people to an extent. However, in his limited capacity, playing against whoever he's playing against, and he's out there sometime against B string guys. But I did see him out there early in the game getting some good reps with some ones in that last game. And I liked it. So pay attention to Skylar Thomas. He's number 38 on the team. And another guy that really kept popping out, and I don't know if people talk about him, was Anthony Johnson Jr. He looked good. He looked really good. And whenever I see him in camp, when they're doing drills and situational stuff in camp, he looked good then. So don't count out Anthony Johnson Jr. I say all that to say this. There's no guarantees that somebody like an Elijah Hicks is going to make the team. There's no guarantees.
Oh, that's what we want, right? Competition. And if there's not one thing we can say about this coaching staff, offensively and defensively, every position they've given guys the opportunity to play. You know, with the ones, with the twos, with the threes. All right, you're over there now. You're over there now. You're over there now. And so they're getting a good look at all of these players in all of these positions. How versatile are they? Are they better, left side or right side? Is he better at this position? Is this guy better than both of these guys at these things? And so they're gonna, analyze all of this, data with the remaining bubble guys, being able to show up this last preseason game. But the talent level is risen, but the opportunity for a UDFA like Skylar Thomas to be able to like, hey, I can make this 53-man roster, just as the guy that they re-signed, a UDFA that is a veteran of the team, as opposed as in competition with the free agent guy who's got some experience. It's just wide open, and I really appreciate that about the staff. Just hopefully to identify the best talent going forward.
I love it. I love it. I love this being a battle. And let's just do quickly two more guys, man. This is something else to watch out for in camp. Beanie Bishop. Now, there's no guarantee he makes this roster either, but under the circumstances, let's just read into this as though Kyler's not going to play week 1. And if that's the case, and remember, Beanie Bishop can't play the first 3 weeks.
Suspended.
Yeah. But they need somebody to get through practice. And that might sound crazy.
Well, no, it's just like, then why are we talking about this guy? You know what I mean? Like if he's just a practice, if he's just a practice.
All right, we can move on if you want to.
Oh, I'm
well,
just
no,
being,
but don't
facetious, but you know what I'm saying.
Well, don't just discount him as a practice guy, because his previously in Pittsburgh, he was a popular player among the fans and among the team. And he was, somewhat productive, but he got squeezed out of that room, by higher draft picks and such. And so when they lost him, they were kind of upset. And now the limited action that he had here early in the preseason, when he got those 2 overthrown balls, it wasn't the point of, it's like, well, he made some great play. But when we look at, well, how are we going to replace all the turnovers we lost last year with Tremaine Edmonds, Kevin Byard, and Nashawn Wright? And it's like, well, hell, if Beanie Bishop is that awareness kind of guy on the field, if the ball just finds him or he finds the ball overthrown, underthrown, or in coverage, he's the kind of guy that makes turnovers, that makes plays, that can change the course of a game. And if he can do that consistently, if that's his thing, as well as coverage and being able to tackle, this is a good pickup. But, you got that 3-game suspension going on. So that throws another into the program, kids, monkey wrench. So, the possibilities, we shall see.
I'm just saying, I don't know.
It's the weakest position we got right now.
It's very weak with the obvious reason, and like I'm I know we kind of want to talk about Beanie here, but it's hard to talk about him standalone without talking about the guy that he's potentially replacing. And the thought is, if you bring in a guy with this level of talent, awesome. But this guy can't play for 3 games. Either you're a camp body, which sucks, or they don't expect Kyler Gordon to play in the near future.
That second half of the conversation, let's just lean into that, just in case.
TBD.
Home tonight.
And it's been beat to death, and I really want this player to come back and play football. He's a very talented young man. But if it is a second thing, maybe he's not expected to be back in the first, close to after the first 3 weeks of football. Maybe this soft tissue thing is something that is a fair amount, long term, which is
question, kids.
Afraid
of. Being that Kyler Gordon has been out as long as he has, even though he's in Hallis Hall, staying in shape, working out. Once he is green lit from the training staff, Poles doesn't know, Ben Johnson doesn't know, they're frustrated, Kyler's frustrated. But once he's green lit, I guess it's more a question for Nomad. How long before he is in game shape? How long will it take him to ramp up?
So true.
Well, I don't think they ever put him on the pup. So long as he's week to week, it is he can start playing football like now if he wants to, and they can just use their own discernment about whether or not they think he's ready to play a whole game. And physically, just don't know. Like, I know what kind of shape I can get in without playing a football game. Like, don't nobody know what kind of shape they're in until they play football games. And that means everybody on the Bears roster. Man. All of them don't.
Well, no, but let me refine the question. Because he hasn't been able to get out there full speed, running, cutting, jumping, all the things he needs to do, because they've been, nursing the soft tissue injury, he has to get out there, run full speed, be able to cut full speed and do all that stuff, and then get into game shape. Now, that's going to take a few weeks, right?
So just to clear on a little bit, remember what happened last year, right? He was not in game shape. He came back and stunk up the building, and they had to sort of wait till he was in game shape before they put him back on the field.
It's really about stamina right now. And that's for everybody. And I mean that when I said it, that ain't nobody on the team played a 4-quarter game yet. And so everybody's in the same position as Kyler.
They're a little bit ahead of him.
No, they've been practicing.
Yeah, you got some of that going on. Kyler's getting some work in. He's not doing physical thudded practices and all that. So
he has none of those calluses built up.
You got that going on, man. I can't argue with that. I'd say just if I want to answer your question flat out, I say he needs a week and a half, 2 weeks max.
To get in football shape.
Yeah, I mean, depending on how bad out of shape he is, longer, depending on
how not the fact that he's out of shape, but he hasn't been running. He hasn't had to stretch his
Hasn't been getting
legs, his
hit.
tissues, his
No,
soft
no, no.
whatever. You know what I mean?
From what I'm understanding, he's doing a whole lot. It just ain't on the field so you can see it.
Oh, well, that's where it needs to be though, baby, because he is such a vital piece in this defense, and it's like, damn it.
All right. We're gonna get to the bottom of that.
Yeah.
We're gonna see some stuff here soon, man. And week one, we'll get to week one when we get there. We'll see who we got. But Beanie Bishop, keep an eye on how this plays out. I'm pretty sure, given the status of, and I don't know what his complete status is, but Malik Muhammad went off the field the other day, and I don't know what his situation is either. And it could be just because they need to see a full repertoire of what Beanie Bishop can do to, in the preseason and in joint practices, so they can figure out what they want to do here. That could be just a timing thing.
Yeah, because Malik went down, but I heard he was all right. But what's his face came back as well, Terrell Smith. So
Terrell Smith and also Jalen Jones.
Yep, Jalen too.
They all giving themselves the best chance to make this team. But one other conversation before we get ready to get out of Bears conversation. I do remember at the end of this game, as we was watching this game, I was rewinding stuff, man. And I told you all, everybody jumped the gun and was just like, oh, they moved Jedrick Wills and Karan Amagachi to the right side. That left tackle battle is over. It's Theo Benedet and it's Braxton Jones. And I'm just like, don't read too much into that, because they need to see what a couple of these guys at least look like on the right side, just for, continuity's sake. You got to make sure that more than one person can swing, if you're going to get that out of the camp. And the more I looked at the tape, I said it on his face. Jedrick Wills looked like, I thought he's better looking than Braxton on both sides, but Braxton got more of the first team reps. And so it's hard to judge that because he was in there with the ones. But Jedrick, as he got his reps, he looked like the more complete tackle. If you look at those reps, count for count, Jedrick Wills looked like the better guy. And all of a sudden this week, Jedrick Wills is off the right side. Karan Amagachi stays on the right side. Jedrick Wills oversteps Theo Benedet for the second team reps in practice. And sometimes, yes, at left tackle. And Ben Johnson in this organization is always telling us the truth by way of that, what they think of these guys. And I think they think Jedrick Wills needs another opportunity over here. Let's see what it looks like one last time. That's as far as I'm going.
Well, just to give you a little more intel before you go, kids. Before the mention of the versatility, which side they can play on, we saw, Braxton get his anchor, upended and heaved back into the quarterback. So Jedrick Wills, was okay, but still looked like he's working his way back into football shape, but looked talented. So now with Jedrick being switched back to the left side at the second string, Braxton Jones has been getting all of the first string left tackle reps, but Ben Johnson still has not committed to a starting left tackle. So this seems like Braxton Jones has been given all the leeway possible to retain or get the starting left tackle spot with all of his work with the ones. And if I'm sure that, well, I'm not sure because I don't know how much the ones will be playing this weekend, but Braxton Jones, I'm sure, will be out there on the field. So if he can't just outright take the number one spot, I think, it's still wide open for Wills.
I don't know. No decision's been made. All I know is we're not talking about Karan. So things are getting a little bit tighter, right? At the position. And that's really all I can say. I don't know if If Theo is your guy at left behind Braxton, I don't know if he beats Braxton. I'm not so sure Jedrick will do either of those things either. But I do think at this present time, we at least have our 4 tackles in for the room. I don't think Jedrick gets cut, right? I think we've got Braxton Jones starting. I think Jedrick is his direct backup. We've got Darnell right on the other side. I think Theo is his direct backup. And unfortunately, the odd man is out.
All I know is I like what I saw on tape, and I think they did too, which is why you saw what you saw. He just went over there and immediately leapfrogged. Hey, let's give him some opportunity. Let's see what happens, man. But I think they're setting up this next practice, this joint session to kind of determine what's going to happen here. And it's going to be that performance, maybe a little bit of the preseason. We'll see. I mean, as an icing on the cake, but I think this joint practice in the one-on-one sessions, I think it's going to determine whether or not Braxton Jones is a starter. He might be, but this guy right here is actually on his ass, man. I'm telling you, just watching the reps, man.
Well, isn't I don't know if they've said it, but the question is, aren't the coaching staff, aren't they able to attain better tape and to get more, information from the live scrimmages versus the preseason games?
They get all angles, man.
Right, because they get the one-on-ones, they get the, ones, twos, threes versus the ones, two, threes, left, right, and some live scrimmaging, right? They get all of that, and so they can make more of an informed decision based on the live scrimmage versus the preseason game.
Ones on ones, good on good. That's how it's designed for the first team to get the maximum repetition that you can get to prepare them for an NFL season. So whatever you see in the preseason ain't got shit on what they're getting out of that joint practice.
Well, good luck to this guy, man. I think he'd be a great addition in that room. I'm just wondering how many they actually bring into the 53. Think they carry 4?
All right. Well, this is the last guy, right, Nomad?
Yeah.
All right. Well, because I wanted to bring this up as we share with the family, in the chat. Considering that Saturday is the last preseason game, and I won't be available, and considering that the final cut down day is Sunday at 5 p.m., do you want to hold off the post game? To give me an opportunity to see the game, and then we do the post game on Sunday night, Nomad at night, as well as talk about the cuts and whoever's available.
I'm fluid for you, man. I let you and kids figure that out. Now,
what do you think, kids?
I'm fine with that. That's fine.
All right, so you all do the game, and then the post game will kind of include on Nomad at night.
I feel like now the cut down. Now we need to actually.
So wait a second. Is the cut down on Sunday?
The 30th. Is that Sunday or is that Monday? I thought that was Sunday.
I think the cut down is going to come out.
30th is Sunday.
Yeah, 5 p.m. Central.
Okay, if that's the case, then I guess Sunday is the best show to do. At 8 Central.
Yeah, because now we can all three of us, can our final preseason thoughts, as well as now we know which bubbles have burst, so to speak.
I was gonna say Monday because I thought I had a thought in my head that that's gonna happen late in the middle of the night. But yeah, if that's the case at 5 p.m., then we'll definitely do a show at 8 to kind of clean up the mess, because everybody will be jumping all over this shit, and there'll still be some moves going on by the time we go live at 8. You know what I'm saying? There'll be still some waiver claims and all kind of shit going on. So yeah, we'll be in a good position that'll be a good show.
Rock on.
You good on that, kids?
Yeah, that's fine.
That's between you two, man. So whenever y'all, if y'all
Yeah, we
ain't
good. I mean, so that's what it is. All right, chat. So Saturday, all three networks, because even though I won't be here, it'll be streamed over Sports Chicago style at Triple R SCS, at Keds the Canuck, and the Nomad Network. So join these brothers for that live game call reaction as the Bears play their final preseason game in Tennessee, this Saturday. So what was that? You say 5:30 Central Saturday for the game?
let's look that up before we
Yeah, so get that squared away, and then we'll give you that time in a second. Somebody's looking it up there. And then Sunday night, 8 p.m. Central for the regular Nomad at Night broadcast, which will include the post game from that preseason and the cut downs.
I think Saturday is 4:30. We got to go on 30 minutes before the show. I think it's 5 Central. I believe that's the last time I looked at it.
All right, so 4:30 Central. You all can join these two in the place to be to see what's up.
Yeah, it's gonna be a good time, man. But Sunday is gonna be a much better content show because it's gonna be a flurry, bro.
Yeah, shit's gonna be happening live and direct while we're doing the show.
It's going down.
But make sure you're here Saturday for that game. That's gonna be a lot to see too. That's gonna be a lot to see. We'll be evaluating that live as the game is going on. I'll be on the side, watching this shit going down as kids is trying to get some color commentary, or I will be giving color commentary and kids could be doing that. But either way it goes, we're gonna do that shit.
Well, you do it like the offensive and defensive coaches. Y'all each take a hat.
It'll be fun how will we do it, man. But
you
know what?
FGB, right on gravy.
I think kids, as far as the distance of the show is concerned, is got more of one foot in the grave than either one of us trips. So let's throw him a bone on this one before we close the show. We got one more thing to do. Let's do this. Give me a second, y'all. This ain't the movies, but it's the musical atmosphere. And this is Per Kids, one of his favorite records, man. One of his favorite artists ever. This is Special Ed. I don't know how many of you guys know who this guy is. If there's some people in here who don't know him, let Kids educate you on this actual artist, man. I think he's a dope artist.
I'm talented. Yes, I'm gifted. Never
boosted, never shoplifted.
I got the cash, but money ain't nothing. Make $1 million every record that I cut. And my name is Special Ed, and I'm a super duper star. Every other month I get a brand new car. Got 20, that's plenty, but I still want more.
Come on with it, Scroll. Get your shit.
Honda scooters got 74. I got the riches. To fulfill my need, got land in the sand of the West Indies. Even got a little island of my very own. I got a frog, a dog with a solid gold bone. Yo, this guy's album is pretty dope, man. I'll never forget it. Me and my homeboy were at Sam Goody at the mall, and and I stole this album, man. It was like the first. It was like the first
5-finger discount.
I straight up
fat finger shoplifted.
Yeah, 5-finger discount. Yoinked this out the building, and walked out with it. And my boy was like, "Yo, you copped that Special Ed, bro!" And between the two of us, we fought over this album for weeks. But it was it's dope. Young man, fresh out of Jamaica, moved to New York, went to school with a bunch of other rappers, and somehow got put on early. And if I'm correct, Hitman Howie T.
Yeah, that's the part you should have started with that.
And me.
Yeah. So go ahead.
I was gonna say, man, I think his production. I think without his production, I don't think this lands in the same way. I think his production at the time, he was one of the hottest producers in the game, if not the hottest producers in the game. I mean, it's a lot of hot producers, but Howie T knew how to take an artist and get the right sound behind him and really accentuate his qualities. And Special Ed was a slow flow. I mean, like to me, that's like my favorite rap style. And everybody, some people might be like, "Oh, I don't like that." You like rapid fire delivery, whatever you like. But how he spits is how I like to listen to raps.
Man,
Well, he's the ultimate storyteller.
he
Oh yeah,
is one of them guys.
You know, because all of his songs, what he was rhyming about was telling a story, and he just made it rhyme. And so it was a good marriage of production. But he always struck me as a pretty boy. You know, he wasn't hood, he wasn't grimy. You know, we always get had on the polos or the eyes out. You know, he was always clean. You know, what I mean, he was always and then his enunciation and his use of slang was kind of limited. He was using the King's English rapping and rhyming. And so it's kind of like, who's this dude?
My cousin, who everybody calls my brother, looks like him when he was little.
Pretty
He
motherfucker.
got had that hair exactly like that, just like that, and had his shit cut up like that. And they all call him that special ed, and he let that shit kind of go to his head, but he did look exactly like this motherfucker, man. And so so it had that going on for him, but his delivery, man, I think is perfect for what Howie T had in mind. I mean, on every song.
100%. And like other, probably the other big artist you'd hear from Howie T is Chubb Rock. Strangely, both of these guys are from Jamaica. Um, the slow flow and that King's English thing is so Jamaican if you really think about it. Super Jamaican. Like if you're not, if you're a Jamaican kid and you speak patois, once you get home, um, your parents make you speak the King's English. Like that's just how it works. Until they want to cuss you out, and then they'll speak patois to you. Like it's just kind of, how she goes. But he's a fine example of that, man. This album is hilarious from front to back. Very lyrical, very well penned. A lot of everything's a story. The one track that's not on this album and it winds up on like a secondary remixed version of this is like on a mission. Howie T actually goes ahead and he takes that James Bond theme music that we all know and love from good old 007 GoldenEye, that theme. He flips that on over a beat, and my boy just talks about some kind of madness where he shot him with the shotty and he jetted in the jet. But
Special ed, don't go, you might die.
Very, very, very commercial. Per a lot of people.
It was that. It was like his stuff came out like so. And then there's the other version of Special Ed, which really didn't hit, right? So
that's the Special Ed I love.
I love this one. This one just showed how good he actually was. He gets a little bit grimier on stuff like Crooklyn Dodgers. He had another.
That's the shit that changed my mind about him.
Yeah, he had another LP during that period of time. It did not.
But in that era, he was also very good in those posse joints.
Yeah, he'd come in and really do the job. But he got darker and more grimy with it just around, right around that Crooklyn Dodgers track. It was either before or after.
That man didn't get into this shit to turn into a pop star, and that's where the trajectory was headed for Special Ed. Special Ed would have been, and he was in different TV shows, pop screen in a movie or two. Mm-hmm. I mean, that's where his trajectory was going, straight pop, and it's going to turn him into something he probably didn't want to be, kids. And And so that's where you revert back to your street mentality. Like, hey man, I ain't him. That's somebody, but that ain't me. And that's where Crooklyn Dodgers came out, and he had to let people know, I'm about this.
Yeah.
That's where
I
he's
may
at.
be pretty, but I'm grimy.
Now he's one of them guys that that wound up on a different world and all that, right? Like you have
Good
Tupac.
argument, True Pilgrim. But
Was
go
this,
ahead, kid.
I love Howie T, but he's never a hotter producer than Marley Marl. Like by no stretch of the imagination, mind you.
I'd argue that.
It could be.
Marley Marl.
It could be argued, man. It could be argued because the stuff that he did in
With
just that
Chubb.
sort of middle 90s,
The shit he
it's
did
hard
with Chubb and this dude alone, Howie T, is just, that's enough.
that, listen to those tracks and to take them away and then think about you know, well, Premier's a different beast.
Yeah, Primo. That's
You know what I mean? Like,
he's on his own level.
That's
is
hardcore hip hop, bro.
Premier's his own thing. Premier,
Yeah.
like I love and hate Premier all at the same time because he created his own style and he sticks to the style. Like I can tell it like this. If a Premier beat's on, I know who's produced.
Yeah.
It was funny. My daughter put down a song. She pulled up some track from some random girl out the UK, and she's like, "Oh, Dad, listen to this. I like the song." She's playing this song. I was like, "Oh snap! This is DJ Premier." She's
Wasn't
like,
it Kesha?
No, like Kesha's from North America. It was just some random girl. I wish I could pull the name out. And I was like, "Yo, this is DJ Premier." She goes, "No." I was like, "Who's DJ Premier?" And like ran a quick Google search and was like, "Oh snap! It is."
Hey, Pilgrim, do me a favor. Google Howie T's hits and see how many hits. It don't stop with just hip hop, bro.
No.
Yeah, but Premier, Primo, he had albums, of several different artists, as did Marley Marl and Howie T. But like Howie T's artists, as kids mentioned, Special Ed, Chub Rock, those type
He's got
fellas, and those they're good, but they were no Gangstar, they were no Guru.
I mean, there's no
Marley
comparison.
Marl, Marley Marl was. I've always been kind of on Marley Marl, just in general.
That makes me question your hip hop understanding.
Why?
Hey, what did
Marley
Marl
was it at his time. He was it. There was no other.
I was a BDP guy.
Dog, I know. You always make that clear. BDP, Tribe Called Quest. You with that.
Yeah, I wasn't on that side of the Queens Bridge.
But I'm telling you, bro, Marley Marl was like when LL was probably the most commercial MFer in the game at the time. When his record came out, all that shit with Booming System, that's post what Marley Marl did with the Juice Crew, Kane, and all the guys that came out of that camp. This motherfucker was a difference maker. And LL went from pop, I'm gonna make, my records with this staccatic flow, man. This shit was just, he was just rhyming too fast. And Marley Marl got to him and was just like, man, slow your ass down. I'm gonna put this beat on. And here comes this In Vogue track. Boom, 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 boom. Cars ride by with the Booming System. Changed everything for him. So you can't discount Marley.
Who produced Walking with a Panther? I'm Bad, that album.
Whoa,
that was Bomb Squad.
Different albums, man.
That was the Bomb Squad.
Right, but that wasn't Marley Marl. No, and then who produced Mama Said Knock You Out?
Marley.
No.
That was Marley Marl.
I don't know about that one.
I promise you that was Marley Marl. I know.
Because that was like when I think like the main crossover like happened.
I thought it was Hit Squad.
Slow them down. It slowed LL down.
I thought it was Hit Squad produced, man.
No, that was
Hank Shockley, Hit Squad, and them, right?
No.
They made Walking with a Panther.
Bomb Squad, Hank Shockley. Hit Squad is EPMD.
But not Marley Marl.
I don't think it was Marley Marl.
Bomb Squad made Walking with the Panther. Mama Said Knock You Out was Marley Marl.
I think Walking with the Panther is Marley Marl.
I promise you that's opposite. I know. I study this shit.
Let's see. Hold on. Let me ask. Hold on. Who's typing? Somebody in the chat. Y'all know. Shit. Stop tripping. Who produced Walking with a Panther?
That was Bomb Squad, Hank Shockley. That was the dopest record he ever made.
Walking with the Panther?
Yes.
No. But this
absolutely.
This
absolutely that was the dopest record he ever made.
No, man. Bigger and Deafer easily.
It just wasn't, it just didn't come across because they didn't do the marketing right.
I'm bad. Like, yo, that's what
that was his first stuff. And that was the dude that made like Salt and Pepper shit.
That's his
okay. All right.
Herbie Love Bug type production.
LL Cool J's 1989 album Walking with a Panther was primarily produced by LL, Dwayne Simon, with additional production from Rick Rubin and Public Enemy's team, The Bomb Squad.
It was the Bomb Squad. It was the Bomb Squad. Rick Rubin had a slight hand in that, but it was Hank Shockley, Eric Sadler, all those dudes that made that.
Okay, so Marley Marl did do Mama Said.
Oh man, I'm a dude. I'm on my shit, dog. This is what I do.
But you see that Mama Said Knock You Out was more commercial.
Yeah, it hit harder
than anything.
It hit harder because of how they promoted that. The first single, but I'm telling you, you listen to Walking with the Panther, that is probably production-wise one of the most underrated records ever produced in hip-hop. They tore that motherfucker up. Listen to that whole record and you will see what I'm talking about. The tracks were just ooh.
I hate that album.
I love that fucking album.
Which album?
1-900 LL Cool J. Come on, man.
Okay. Right. Yeah, True Pilgrim distracted me. Because Road to Riches, that's Coogee Rap and Polo, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's okay. Then the Bridge, that Posse joint, Symphony, another Posse joint, Booming System. All right, now that was a jam right there. I give you that one.
That's all Marley.
Yeah, but like the Bridge is all like MC Shan, and the Symphony was dope. Symphony Part 2 was alright. But Booming System, out of the ones listed here, true, that was the joint.
I mean, Jingling Baby, all that shit's in there.
Go ahead, baby.
That's not all Marley though.
Brenda got a big old, bro. I know I told you I'd be true.
That's Marley Marl, kid. Listen to me, bro. That's Marley Marl.
Marley Marl? Is that like the one track he did on the album? Because he didn't do
the album, bro.
He did Walking with the Panther.
No, we just read that. It wasn't him.
We just literally told you that he didn't.
He did A Mama Said Knock You Out, that record.
But that Walking with the Panther is his first album.
Walking with the Panther is the Bomb Squad. I keep trying to tell you.
Wait, who?
You got it all backwards. It's the one that really hit and went commercial was Mama Said Knock You Out.
Yeah, that's him. That's Marley Marl.
Yes.
Yeah.
But to me, it's just not the best record. It's the best commercial record, but not for me. I'm listening to them beats.
For me, the best one is Bigger and Deafer. That's the one.
You talking about classic?
I'm just saying that one.
Classic, you got to go there.
Followed closely by Mama Said without question, but I could not stand Walking with the Panther. It was one of them.
Oh, you tripping?
Nah, didn't like it for a minute. Didn't like it at all because he got.
Yeah, it wasn't his best work.
We got soft on that album
versus if they would have done better with that, that shit was dope. That's the best I heard of.
Produced the Master Ace joint too, which is dope. Take a look around as a classic for sure.
Listen to 1-900 LL Cool J. Hello. Yeah, what's happening? Man, LL was LL on that motherfucker. Boy.
Who produced this one? That's what I was looking for. Hold on. 14 shots to the dome.
Yeah, that album's real bad.
That was after Mama said knock you out, man, I field goal kick LL ass after that.
Yeah, see, the album
Yes,
was produced
track
by
master.
Marley Marl, DJ Bobcat, and Quincy Jones.
He had some track masters produced records. The track masters was another dope production team that people don't talk about as much. Track masters was dope.
Yeah, I'm not a fan either.
You know, looking at it, damn, L put out a lot of damn records.
A lot of hits too.
Yeah, he was signed to either a 10 or 16 album deal with Def Jam.
Because he was a hit maker.
years old. No, because they could take advantage of a 16-year-old.
Yeah, he was a shorty when he came on the
yeah,
scene.
that too. But later on, they realized
without my radio.
he made a hit maker like that. Like LL, you put LL on the record, and just because of his name, you're gonna get attention to it. Now, not all of them went mainstream and went where they're supposed to go, but that motherfucker right there for a long time can make hits, bro.
Well, but you got to give it to him. though. He's also a multiple threat entertainer. He's not only a MC, but he's an actor, if you will.
Yeah, I don't know how
he's been on TV and movies for decades.
Yeah.
Not big roles, but enough that it's like, oh yeah, I know who LL Cool J is. Oh yeah, I've heard him rhyme because he's that iconic kind of personality like Snoop Dogg, but different.
Well, that's because of what I was just saying. They signed him to a multi-album deal at 16, and that money's more or less long gone. So, what LL had to do, very simply, was make a hit, and he figured the formula out. You know, with Jingling Baby. You know what I mean? The bass
baby.
band. I need a full-on commercial hip hop song that'll pay me. Right? I'll make money on this shit as opposed to making good albums or dropping serious raps like I used to drop. So he just watered this shit down, and
Standing at the bus stop sucking on a lollipop.
that's what
Once
we're
he
talking
gets
about.
jumping, it's
There's
hard
that
to make
hit.
the hottie stop.
Let me pump that.
that's
hit
around
up.
the way, girl.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just thinking about LL joints now.
It's just hits. It's like 4 or 5 hits on that record.
No, not yeah. That record's dope. Without question. Mama Said is a classic. It is.
They marketed that right.
Front to back.
They came out with the right single in the first place, the first single, booming system, and then everything else just fit into place after that.
Yeah.
Just having the word first, like that's to me the record companies, from what I understand, go through that the most more than any other thing is making sure you deliver with the first single. We need a number one single that's gonna really hit, and then after that we can fill in the blanks after that, and that's what all record companies are looking for. Give me that lead single. And so,
well, but like what you're saying is what True's kind of saying is that LL sold out. It's like he didn't sell out. His goal was, to get paid, to get famous, to make a name for himself.
He sold out.
And he's an entertainer. He's still a dope MC, and namely because, as Nomad just said, if you can make one song, you can tour on that one song for the rest of your life. On the summer jams, on the reunion tours, and all that stuff. LL is still selling out stadiums. He's still rhyming. He may not be top 10, quote unquote, but who is? I mean, you got Dr. Dre talking about he don't need to rap no more because he's old.
He still sold out.
No, he did.
I mean, that was. I don't think LL was never a 5%er. Was never a keep it real kind of guy. LL was all about the women and the money and licking his lips and taking his shirt off. He is where he wants to be.
He's why
he didn't sell out. He is successful at making money.
He's why EPMD made that song The Crossover.
Right, but LL is still on CSI, whatever the fuck.
Hey, you're right. Nobody deny that, Trish, but he did sell out, bro.
Yeah, I mean, but it's not a sellout when that was his goal. Now, a sellout if it's like X Clan, if X Clan flipped and went commercial, or Public Enemy and flipped and went commercial, that's selling out. Uncle L was all about his paper from the jump. It wasn't selling out; it's getting to where he wanted to be.
Uncle L might have been in some room somewhere. That's all I know.
Hey, you don't survive an industry unless you down.
So I'm kind of,
you know what I'm saying. You know what Cannabis said about his tats, what they was hiding.
I'm in the middle about this one, right? So the thing
I'll be right back, man.
At 16 years old, when you sign a deal like that, you get paid, and you're able to rock a crazy gold chain and flaunt and drive a
Dookie
whip,
ropes.
And then you realize, oh snap, I'm on the hook for 10 more albums, which could span into multiple years. I'm not gonna make a lot of money off of this when you figure it out, right? I need to diversify. So by album 2, he's got I Need Love. And this is where you're right, Chuck, right? Like, I Need Love is a dope track. It's dope, but it's a super soft ass song. The ladies loved it. And this is
when I'm alone in my room, sometimes I stare at the wall, and in the back of my mind I hear my conscience call, telling me I need a girl who's as sweet as a dove. For the first time in my life, you see, I need love. There I was, giggling about the games that I would play with many hearts, and I'm not saying no names. Then a thought occurred, teardrops made my eyes burn, because I said to myself, look what you done to her. I'm sorry. I got hell on the brain.
It's a dope track, bro. It's a dope track, and like I'm saying, that just became the formula, and that's when he figured it out. He's like, wait a minute, I can do songs for the ladies. They gonna pay me, and that's how I will make money.
Yeah, that's how he rolls. That's not selling out. That's how he gets down.
It depends who you are and how you
right.
take it.
You know, that's his thing.
Earlier on that album and throughout the rest of that original that 88 album, which is the one I like the most, he's a hardcore rap artist. Like he's like straight up. His rhymes were, and that's where you come to understand that he is actually two different guys. There's LL Cool J and there's Jack the Ripper.
Well, Jack the Ripper, Jack the Ripper, King Hercules. See? I mean, but listen to that Cannabis battle and second round knockout. That was dope.
Well, I have my problems with that. I'll okay. Well, it sounds like Nomad has his problems with it. I'm just saying. I
need to stop that shit.
Huh?
Trip need to stop that shit.
Oh, you don't like that Cannabis battle?
You know, LL might have tripped over bushes and came up funny. You know it.
Wow.
I was just enjoying the rap beef, as it were.
Well, I'm generally somebody who enjoys rap beef across the board, but this particular, and I analyze these battles in a major way. This particular battle, though, he kind of let Cannabis run ruckshot and then took his style and went bar for bar over the cadence that Cannabis had originally delivered. So I kind of have to discount that a little bit, because I know this artist, and this artist is actually really good without any of that. But for him to actually stoop down and kind of, try to be like the new young up and coming artist, that's kind of shitty for me. So
facial hair ain't got nothing to do with nothing. Scrolls. He just LL got some other shit going on with him. Ain't no way you stay this prominent in the game without it. That's all it is too.
No offense about the facial hair, Trip.
I don't know what's going on, Red Baron, because I heard something earlier. It's like
I got no
ain't flow flavor red snappy nappy or something. What the hell's going on there?
I ain't got no whole bunch of facial hair either, man. I don't.
I got red snappy nappy dugout.
I got this Native American to me, but I don't grow a whole bunch of facial hair, man.
That's too.
Just get it off. Get off.
Yeah, that shit it do itch, man. I don't know how people do that.
Oh, no,
especially with the beards and shit.
No,
and it's like, don't that get hot and itchy?
Oh, bro.
Next winter, grow it out just one time.
Dog, it itch too bad.
No. This is what I'm trying to teach you. You need to grow it out.
You
Once you grow it out, I'm just saying.
No, I've done it before. I've had a goatee. I've had the mutton chops, and I didn't like it on my face. And it was like, get off.
Did you do like a full beard though?
Well, as much as it would come in.
A beard would look awesome on me if I had the. Nah, man, my face itch too bad, man. Y'all don't understand this shit.
I thought the same thing, and then this is it. I decided I would do it, and I did it during COVID. I was just like, fuck it, I got no place to be and nothing else going on. I'll just grow this thing out, and I grew it out, and for a little bit early on, it's itchy, but like you just get to a point where it's like, oh, there's no more.
It's always itchy, and you.
I can't even.
No. The itch just stops.
No, but doesn't it like tickle your nipples and shit, or your chest if you're not wearing a shirt?
Wasn't that long. I'm not sure where we're going here.
Oh, you said beard.
It's like it was like it was a full beard, bro. But like it wasn't. I wasn't like. Yeah.
It's not. I'm gonna tell you something. I'm gonna tell you something about your black DNA, brother. Let me tell you something.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody that grows that thick, strong facial hair, trust me, that part of your genetics is not indigenous to Africa or the Americas.
Santa Claus.
That's not what we do. That's not what black people have. You have some Spaniard, you have some Caucasian, and you know that's probably what you got going on. You got that part of your genetics.
You're telling me some bullshit like I already know.
I'm just telling you, bro. That's that part of your DNA. Because black people these days are all kinds of mixed up. We got all kinds of different people in our DNA.
He's a tropical.
My man, I'm from Jamaica. If you think we straight from Africa and had no
that part of your features,
Bob Marley had a beard.
That part of your features
Bob
ain't
Marley half white. Just to let you know if you didn't
that's
know.
The white part.
That part of your features ain't African or indigenous.
That's okay. I'm not. I didn't claim that they were. I'm saying I'm from the fucking islands, and we are all mutts. We are mixed. 90% of us are heavily mixed. Heavily. Indian, Chinese,
everything's up in there.
Scottish, Irish. If you got on a boat,
everybody's skeeting all around.
That's what I said.
On a boat, you wind up.
Everybody.
We've been on this boat for 4 months. Get off is like I'm horny.
That's what I'm trying to say. Everybody is all kinds of mixed up. So if you one of them black men out here with strong facial hair on your face, got chest hairs and all that kind of shit, that's not normal for black people. That's not how we are.
Well, I don't know. All I know is I remember
back hair and all that.
Bamsky the bigot used to say when I was shorty, I didn't get musty because I had no hair under my arms, and I'm paraphrasing. But as an adult, I keep my pits, trim those down. My fupa is always presentable, if you will. No afros going on, no dreads going on down there. You can't have that.
Fuck. I don't give a fuck about that.
You let your stuff grow out a little bit, and the itch will disappear, man. That's all I'm saying.
I remember the time when I did let my just kind of let it be, and I was itching. I remember the girl I was with. She was just like, nope.
Oh, well.
Nah, that shit don't feel good. I don't know what woman told you.
Itchy,
this is okay. That like when I kiss you, she was more interested in when she kissed me, that scruff she feels. She did not like it. She said, I don't know what you got in your mustache, out of your nose. I don't like it. Clean that shit up. And so I started trimming my shit down and keeping the scruff off my face.
Got to get rid of the funk.
Yeah.
I keep a thin mustache.
And told you what to do and you did it.
Fucking right.
Nah, hey, if you want to be, I'm a ladies man. I don't know about you two motherfuckers.
Hey.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I get the win.
I'm just saying.
How about that?
Tell him, Benji.
I like that. All right.
I want to be appealing to them. That's it. But yeah, man, that's
Dad be sitting in the back of the club licking his lips like LL.
Nah, God, LL's a weirdo. I don't care. I like him. I like some of his records, but he's a weird motherfucker.
Yeah. that whole that flavor in your ear thing is a little bit weird. So
I
that,
already know where
that's
you're
what
going.
Who,
I
Craig Mack?
ain't even gonna go down there.
Don't
But
go down there because
I'm
that's
not.
that's gonna generate a whole other conversation.
It's another.
Rest in
That's
peace,
for a
Craig Mack.
whole different show. But that's his lyrics on that track are and like I don't think any of us caught it back in the
I
day.
did.
I sure as hell didn't. I wasn't really trying to listen to him at all. Like I'm just being like on that track with all the other rappers and stuff, listening to everybody else. Really
Who,
wasn't
Craig
paying
Mack?
any attention. Yeah. The remix,
1,000 degrees. You'll be burning, begging, please.
the remix with all everybody on it. There's LL Cool J says some stuff there, and it's pretty wild. And take it for what it's worth if you didn't catch it when
Little
Hey,
side dishes
they say
behind the scenes.
somebody. I heard this a long time ago. Before we close this out, so before everybody give their final thoughts, I heard this probably the most asinine statement I've ever heard in my life. And if you fall in this category, you probably need to you need to start back from the ground up with your whole spiritual self. That like people in Hollywood, like you can have too many women. You can have too much, and after a while, it just gets to the point where you don't like that's boring to you. And when you start talking about LL, and I heard this a long time ago, and I'm not casting dispersions on that man at all, but he might be one of them people that falls into that category. If that's the case, that you had too much of one thing and you just want something else.
Oh, damn.
That's ridiculous to me.
I mean, part-time switch hitter?
I can never have. I can live another 3,000 years and never get tired of.
I'm mostly AC, but sometimes DC.
That's outrageous, man. There's too many women in the world.
Yeah.
When they all
should ask Usain Bolt.
Say what now?
Ask Usain Bolt, the sprinter from Jamaica.
I just said we was gonna get out of here. Trips, don't stop.
Well, but he his I guess they got engaged or married or whatever.
Who?
And him and his fiance, his wife. And the scuttlebutt was though that they've been together for several years, and she gave him like all kind of hall passes because he was knocking him down in the Olympic Village, and she was good with it.
Okay.
And so it's like, yeah, he can do that. He's Usain Bolt. He got certain privileges and rights.
A woman is so beautiful.
Like LL
or similar but different. Entertainment, cult of personality, fame, fortune. Just the ability to knock it down without even trying.
I'm just worried about. I'm just worried about where we're going.
I gotta go.
Okay, all right. Let's shut this
I
show
gotta
down.
go, man. I gotta go. You motherfuckers on some other shit.
We'll clean this up in post.
Yeah.
Love y'all. Hey, man. Shout out to the whole chat, man. This was a wild show. But we'll keep this Bears fire burning for the rest of the week. Right up until the 30th, man. We'll have some real clarity before we start to get into an actual football season. But that being said, man, love y'all. Thanks for joining us once again on a Wednesday night for Extra Sauce. Give a little bit of love to Sports Chicago Style and that chef that we all love dearly. He cooked up some craziness today. I wasn't expecting it to look as awesome as it did, and it kind of inspired me to do some similar stuff. So again, shout out to that chef of ours, that MF in the kitchen, and give him a like, share, subscribe on his channel, Sports Chicago Style. And
eat some poor people's food, man. Cut up some hot dogs in there.
What's for you in the poor people food?
Well, because we this is America, kids. We poor people.
Oh, well, I'm poor too, but like I try to eat, good. That's all.
Well, but I think that's kind of what Chef Trips is trying to do there. Is trying to use like inexpensive food, but make it taste better than like it cost.
I think that's a brilliant plan, and facts is we all may need to delve into that much more frequently than not in the near future sometime, if certain somebodies continue to be, you
Stop
know,
eating out.
Asshole.
at war, right? So,
Stop eating out as a black man. I'll just tell you that.
And don't be, you know what I mean? You gotta prepare your own shit just to be sure.
Stop eating out as a black man.
All right. So shout out to Keds Canuck, the Nomad Network at Sports Chicago Style, Triple R SCS, and also at Chef Trips. Shout out to him as well, MFer in the kitchen, as he is at MFer. True that.
indeed.
And shout out to everybody else as well. Good looks. There's a scrimmage tomorrow that will be of vital importance for many players trying to make this final roster, maybe trying to, get their one and only opportunity in the league. Who knows? But we shall see. And y'all make sure to be here on Saturday at 4:30 Central for Kids and Nomad for the final preseason game there at Tennessee. And then Sunday night on Nomad at Night, we'll wrap up that final preseason game and discuss who were the cuts as they will take place on August 30th at 5 p.m. So we will be with you 3 hours later. All right. Shout out to all y'all. Have a good one.
Hey, to all 3 channels, shout out, stop, and hit some love on all 3 of them. But to Triple R's point about this is going to be a very, 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 very intense the next, let's just say 72 hours or so.
Mhm.
It's going to be very intense, and this is why people sign up to be a football fan. This is my drug of choice, and this is your drug of choice. It's why you're here. You sign up for this football thing, and you want to be involved in what's going on, what really matters. Check in with us. Check in with us on game day and on post game on Sunday night, and you'll see why we can separate ourselves, man. I'm telling you. There's work that we do over here and commentary that we have over here that you don't find nowhere else. You can hear, the same shit pretty much over and over and over again. And then the detail when you come here to the Nomad Network, how we get into the nuts and bolts of how this shit really functions. It's special when you start rewinding it on the tape. Like be like Smitty, hit it on replay and start listening to what we're saying here. Because we be knocking it the hell out the park all the time. And so again, this next 72 hours is going to be important for how this Bears season is going to go. How they shape this next roster is going to be the difference in whether we got a Super Bowl caliber team or not. Do we got shortcomings here? We're going to find out. We're going to find out in this last preseason game and in this post preseason game when we get to the 53. We're going to find out what we got. Do we need some stuff? Do they have the arrangement set up to make some shit happen? We're going to talk about all of that in detail come Sunday night, man. So make sure you check in with us Saturday at 4:30. We'll start the pregame. 5 o'clock, we'll start the live, the live show. And Sunday night is going to be the shit. Just know that. But thank you guys for being here. We do love you all, and I speak for everybody here. Leave you guys with these famous words, and I almost ran out of breath. Love, peace, and hair grease, y'all.